Chapter 1007. Perfection was the realm that countless quasi-saints pursued. As the descendants of the saints, the 5 emperors of the central state naturally had some understanding of perfection. It could even be said that the tomb-seizing battle itself was closely related to the illusory concept of perfection. The saints will turn into a mountain with 12 mausoleum veins. The mausoleum veins contain the perfection Tao intent left behind by the saint after his death. This perfection Tao intent was a great fortune for any second-step cultivator. One of the benefits of the perfection Tao intent was that it could help a cultivator perfect their divine abilities and cultivation methods, causing them to gradually reach perfection. Lu Tuo Emperor had once paid a huge price in exchange for the opportunity to cultivate in the mausoleum vein of the sacred mountain. He had perfected many of his divine abilities in the mausoleum vein. Because of this, his illusory technique always carried a trace of perfection. This point could only be seen through by those immortal emperors who had a deep understanding of perfection. However, Ning Fan saw through this and drew a circle with a gap on the answer sheet. This young man drew this circle. If it's a coincidence, then it's fine. If it's not a coincidence, then his eyesight is truly terrifying. Not only could this young man see the perfection in fellow Taoist Lu Tuo's illusory technique, but he could also see that the perfection is just an appearance. In fact, there's still a gap. That's why the circle drawn by this young man has a gap. We are not third-step cultivators. Even if we have some understanding in the mausoleum vein of the sacred mountain, how can we truly cultivate to perfection? At most, we can only infuse the concept of perfection into our divine abilities. But even the concept of perfection is extremely difficult to achieve. I want this young man. The number 1 disciple of my Buddha Weeping Battle sect is none other than this young man. The Buddha Weeping Great Emperor's eyes sparkled. The reason why the 5 emperors of the central state paid so much attention to the first round of the tomb-seizing battle was because they wanted to find some good talents in the prairies. Now that such an outstanding cultivator like Ning Fan had appeared, the Buddha Weeping Great Emperor naturally wouldn't let him go. Once he accepted Ning Fan as his disciple, he would definitely nurture him as the number 1 disciple. Tian Du Great Emperor received the scroll and looked at the gap repeatedly. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he became. He had a deeper understanding of perfection compared to the other 3 emperors. That was why he could see something that the other 3 emperors couldn't. The incomplete circle on the scroll was not a simple drawing. Every stroke of the scroll contained a trace of Ning Fan's comprehension. Emperor Tian Du held the scroll with one hand while the index finger of his other hand slowly traced the circle that Ning Fan had drawn. His concentration was unprecedentedly focused. Gradually, he sensed a strong qi from the circle. Caught off guard, his hands trembled and he almost lost his grip on the scroll. Imitation. Within this circle, this child had fused a trace of the imitated will of perfection. Is it an imitation of Lu Tuo's illusion? If he had only seen through perfection, he might have been suspected of cheating, but he couldn't rule out the possibility of coincidence. But if this kid was able to imitate it slightly, then this kid would absolutely be slightly terrifying. Even if this kid's imitation was rather crude and clumsy, but it had to be known that this kid had only used a single day to imitate a trace of the intent of perfection. In just one day. How could the Tao intent of a saint be so easily imitated? Emperor Tian Du asked himself. Before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, he couldn't even see the intent of perfection. Even after breaking through to the immortal emperor realm, it took him countless years to imitate the Tao intent of perfection. Although Ning Fan's understanding of perfection couldn't be compared to his, he had only used a single day to imitate it. This kid isn't a fish in a pond. Emperor Tian Du praised. Oh. It seems like you are very satisfied with this kid. Don't tell me you want to snatch this disciple from this old man. Fo Chi said with a strange smile. Why can't I snatch him? You should know what it means for this kid to be able to see the intent of perfection before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. If that's the case, even this old man has no choice but to pay attention to this kid. As soon as Emperor Tiandu's words fell, the other three emperors' faces turned solemn. In the entire history of Great Bay, there were only 3 people who could see the intent of perfection before breaking through to the immortal emperor realm. The first person betrayed the 3 flames and became the leader of the void flame, causing many immortal emperors of the sacred mountain to tremble in fear upon hearing his name. The second person stole into the sacred tomb and was the first person to successfully rob a tomb. His whereabouts were still unknown until now. The third person was still sitting in front of the sacred ancient stone, comprehending the 10,000 deciphering 1 deciphering 10,000 chants. The fourth person was Ning Fan. Of course, there was one more thing that the celestial emperor did not mention. Even the 3 of them could not imitate a trace of perfect intent within a day before they entered the immortal emperor realm. However, Ning Fan was able to do it. This only meant that Ning Fan's aptitude was even higher than those 3 people. Perhaps he was still unknown now, but it was highly possible that he would surpass those 3 people in the future. As a result, even Emperor Tiandu, who did not like to take in disciples, could not help but have the thought of taking in a disciple and competing with Buddha Tir. It seems like it won't be that easy to accept this disciple. The one sitting in front of the sacred ancient stone seemed to have obtained 3,000 points in the written exam. In my opinion, we should also give him 3,000 points. After all, there are precedents to follow. Emperor Fu Qi said. 3,000 points, huh? This is feasible. Emperor Tiandu nodded slightly. However, when he saw Bone Spirit and Lu Tuo's strange expressions, he couldn't help but feel curious. Why don't the 2 of you say anything? Do you think that 3,000 points is too high? Fellow Taoist Tiandu, you haven't been to the southern border before. There are some things that you don't know. This Ning Fan isn't a native cultivator of the Pagoda Wood tribe. He's an external cultivator. So, do you think that 3,000 points is too high? Emperor Lu Tuo's tone was full of disdain when he said the words external cultivator. As soon as he said that, the atmosphere turned cold. External cultivator. This young man is actually an external cultivator. Is he really an external cultivator? Emperor Tiandu said coldly. Absolutely. If not, I would also be willing to accept this disciple. Unfortunately, such a talent isn't from my tribe. Emperor Bone Spirit shook his head. The atmosphere turned silent for a moment. Emperor Tiandu casually threw Ning Fan's answer scroll on the table in front of him. The other emperors also didn't bother to look at the answer scroll. How do we determine this young man's score? Emperor Bone Spirit asked. Any number is fine. Since this young man isn't from my tribe, his score isn't important. I'm too lazy to ask about it. Immortal emperors like us don't need to interfere in the martial exam. I still have a cauldron of pills that is about to be completed. I'll go check on the fire now. Fellow Taoists, please help yourselves. Emperor Tiandu said indifferently and turned around to leave. What a pity. What a pity. I'll leave this young man's score to fellow Taoist Bone Spirit and fellow Taoist Lu Tuo. Emperor Fu Qi gave Lu Tuo a meaningful glance and left Tiandu peak with his disciples. Since fellow Taoists Tiandu and Fu Qi have left, I'll leave too. I'll leave this young man's score to fellow Taoist Lu Tuo. You should know that this young man brought a rare medicine soul to my tribe this time. We need to give him a certain amount of respect. Fellow Taoist Lu Tuo, when you decide the score, please abandon your prejudice against external cultivators and Tamu and give him a fair score. As soon as Emperor Bone Spirit's voice fell, Emperor Lu Tuo let out a cold harumph. I don't need fellow Taoist to remind me. That's for the best. The Bone Spirit Great Emperor left with his disciples. Only Emperor Lu Tuo, his disciples, and a few guards of Tiandu Peak were left. Ancestor, how many points are you going to give this young man? A short cultivator among Emperor Lu Tuo's disciples suddenly asked. He's just an external cultivator. Of course, I can't give him too high a score. Hee. Giving him points isn't the main point. Take this young man's bone token as well. I can't interfere with the results of the martial exam, but I have a way to stop the Tamu tribe from making a comeback. Emperor Lu Tuo sneered. Time passed slowly. 2 hours had passed since the end of the exam, but Ning Fan's score was still not out yet. Discussions could be heard in the surroundings from time to time, guessing the reason. Ning Fan didn't care about any of this. Ning Fan stood on the grassland with no one around him. He looked at the sky, the ground, and the wild grass that bowed their heads in the wind. His expression was thoughtful. Even if he didn't use his celestial being Dharma eyes, he could see that the blazing wildfire was just an illusion with his Fu Li tribe's talent in breaking illusions. Illusions weren't the main point. The main point was that the scene contained unimaginable mysteries and even a trace of perfection. Wildfire can't burn it down. It grows again when the spring breeze blows. The beauty of grass lies in its tenacity, softness, flexibility, and accumulation on the ground. Tenacity means unyielding. Softness means no harm. Taking advantage of the situation allows one to seek luck and avoid calamity. Wildfire can't burn it down. It's not that the wild grass is stronger than the fire. It's that the wild grass knows how to avoid the situation. Although the fire is fierce, its weakness is obvious. Because of its fierce momentum, it can't last long. Eventually, the fire will be extinguished. Although the wild grass is weak, it can take root in the ground and use the terrain to protect itself. Once the fire is extinguished, the grass will be reversed. If I can answer the question of the momentum of the grass, it might be the best answer in the eyes of the question setter. If I can answer the question of the changes of the Tao laws, I'm sure I can get a good result even though it's not as good as the momentum. When the Dark Sea Master handed in his paper, Ning Fan could still see his answer through his spirit sense even though he did not open his eyes. The Dark Sea Master's answer was only slightly related to the changes of the Tao laws and he already got 400 points. If he can answer the question of the complete changes of the Tao laws, he would definitely get a higher result. If he can answer the question of the momentum of the grass, he would probably get a higher result. My answer isn't the momentum of the Tao laws or the changes of the Tao laws. It's perfection. Ning Fan's eyes turned serious. He had drunk Tan Tai Weiyu's clear water wine and seen the perfection in it. In the scene of the blazing wildfire, Ning Fan also sensed a trace of perfection. It wasn't that the person who cast the illusion had cultivated to the perfection realm of the third step. Instead, it was an imitation of the perfection realm. However, the perfection realm was fake and had a huge flaw. For example, the ring was imperfect. It couldn't be compared to the perfection realm in the clear water wine. The reason why Ning Fan drew a circle on the paper was to hint at this point. This place was Great Bay, the place where the descendants of the saints lived. Since the person who came up with the questions could imitate a trace of the perfection realm, he or she would naturally have some understanding of the word perfection. With the shrewdness of the 5 emperors of the middle state, it was impossible for them not to understand the meaning of the circle. Being able to see the perfection realm unique to the third step saints should be better than peeking at the momentum of the Tao laws. Besides, Ning Fan even tried to imitate a trace of the perfection realm in the circle. How could it be so easy to imitate the perfection realm? Even though Ning Fan had the comprehension ability of the second level of the celestial being realm, he could only imitate a very clumsy trace of it. However, what Ning Fan did not expect was that just by imitating a very clumsy trace of the perfection realm, his illusory technique had improved a little. The trace of perfection realm in his illusory technique was originally comprehended by Lu Tuo after years of arduous cultivation. It could greatly reduce the flaws of the illusory technique he cast, making it more realistic and perfect. Ning Fan could only slightly increase the power of his illusory technique by imitating Lu Tuo. Even so, he had already gained a lot. Unfortunately, the perfection realm that I imitated was obtained by someone else. Because I don't have enough understanding of the perfection realm, the second time I imitated it, there would naturally be more flaws. The perfection realm is not something that the current me can comprehend. Ning Fan felt slightly regretful. Xian Yu Chun saw that Ning Fan was still in deep thought and did not dare to disturb him. He stood at one side respectfully. Those who did not know would really think that Xian Yu Chun was Ning Fan's disciple. After an unknown amount of time, a clicking sound was suddenly heard from the surrounding discussions. Immediately, everyone's attention was attracted by that sound. They saw that the groove of the beast face on Ning Fan's bone table suddenly opened. The southern region originally did not care about the results of the written exam, but today, all the cultivators here were curious about Ning Fan's results. Xian Yu Chun was the first to rush over and picked up the domino token excitedly. However, when he saw the result, he was immediately dumbfounded. How is this possible? Ning Fan's result was actually 0 points. A commotion broke out in the surroundings. After waiting bitterly for 2 hours, such a result was obtained. Immediately, some people who did not like Ta Mu secretly sneered. This person is an ancient immortal venerable in vain. He can't even get half a point. Of course, it is also possible that someone from the 5 emperors interfered and erased this person's results. If that is the case, could this be done by Great Emperor Lu Tuo? After all, Great Emperor Lu Tuo dislikes the Ta Mu tribe and hates external cultivators even more. The White Ghost tribe's White Ghost master secretly guessed. He was even more determined to humiliate the Ta Mu tribe in the written exam in order to gain Great Emperor Lu Tuo's favor. Nan Zhilong heaved a sigh of relief and then laughed. This is the result of offending Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Even if you are an ancient immortal venerable, don't think of standing up for the Ta Mu tribe. The Dark Sea Master secretly sighed. If the Great Emperor of the Central State interfered, it would be useless no matter how deep your comprehension is. Otherwise, with this immortal venerable's Tao comprehension, how could his score be low? Thus, when the results of the written exam were calculated, the Ta Mu tribe's total score was 1 point, temporarily at the bottom. The second last Kanjin tribe also got 4 points in the written exam. Each of the Kanjin tribe's cultivators looked at the Ta Mu tribe's cultivators with a gloating expression. Master, this score must be given wrongly. It's impossible for you to have no results. Xian Yu Chun couldn't believe it. It's fine. Give me the bone tablet. Ning Fan said it was fine, but his eyes had a trace of coldness. He took the bone tablet and glanced at the score on it. 0. Hee, what a good 0. Of course, his score couldn't be this low. If it was just 0, the 5 emperors of the Central State wouldn't delay for 2 hours before giving out the results. There must be some other reason behind this. It could be Great Emperor Lu Tuo who interfered. It could also be his identity as an external cultivator that caused trouble. Or it could be both. Although this matter was unfair, he was an outsider and had no leeway to object. Being unable to object didn't mean that he should silently accept everything. Ning Fan tried his best to suppress the negative emotions in his heart. Reason told him that he could still get points in the written exam. There was no need for the Great Emperor of the Central State to decide the score. How many points one could get depended on one's own strength. Thus, the 5 emperors of the Central State couldn't interfere. However, his heart couldn't calm down no matter what. This is. Ning Fan suddenly felt a chill in his heart. A sense of vigilance suddenly rose in his heart. Without any hesitation, he threw the bone tablet away and retreated without saying anything. His spirit sense locked on the bone tablet as if he was facing a great enemy. There was a speck of dust on the bone tablet. It was a speck of greenish-gray dust. Even though it was just a speck of dust, it alerted Ning Fan. There was something wrong with this speck of dust. The exam paper used for this exam was called the display delivery paper and the bone tablet was called the display delivery token. Both of them were special magical tools that could be used to teleport directly to the heavenly capital peak of the central state through the groove in the beast face. Ning Fan was very sure that before the bone tablet was placed into the groove, it didn't have this speck of dust with a dangerous chi. But now, it did. If it wasn't for his sharp senses, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. The moment Ning Fan let go of the bone tablet, a sudden change occurred. All of a sudden, a green-gray flame burst out from the bone tablet that Ning Fan had thrown far away. It directly hit Ning Fan's chest. Its speed was so fast that it was unimaginable. There was no way for him to dodge it. That greenish-gray object was none other than a speck of dust. It seemed to be light as if it was weightless. However, when it hit Ning Fan's body, it was indescribably heavy. It actually had the force of a landslide. With a loud rumble, it sent Ning Fan flying. The shockwave that was produced shook countless Debay cultivators in the surroundings and made them lose their balance. What happened? Was that external cultivator with the surname Ning attacked by something? What exactly is that terrifying shockwave? That greenish-gray light looks very familiar. Could it be? Impossible. Stone flame cultivators can't leave the ominous territory. Could it be that a stone flame cultivator sneaked into the Debay grassland? Otherwise, why would a stone flame divine ability appear in this place? Even though this external cultivator with the surname Ning's cultivation base is limited, he isn't someone who can be defeated by ordinary stone flame divine abilities. Who is the one who attacked him? What is his cultivation base? Just the aftershock alone killed more than 100 people. All of a sudden, the place was in chaos. Each of the old monsters' expressions changed greatly. They frantically released their spirit sense to search the grassland, trying to find the person who launched the sneak attack. However, they could not find the culprit at all. There were also some Debay cultivators who were upright and honest. They wanted to help Ning Fan to resist that greenish-gray light. However, before they could even get close to it, they were all knocked back by waves of shockwaves. Boom boom boom, the speed of that greenish-gray dust was too fast. It crashed into Ning Fan again and again. Even with the strength of Ning Fan's physical body, he could not completely withstand the force of the collision. He was knocked away by that speck of dust again and again. As a result, he had no choice but to secretly activate a trace of the protective golden light of the God-vanquishing shield in order to completely neutralize the force of the collision. Even so, Ning Fan was still knocked away by that speck of dust. Unbeknownst to him, he had already left the crowd. Once he was far away from the crowd, that speck of dust suddenly hovered above Ning Fan. It grew with the wind and instantly turned into a greenish-gray mountain. There were no plants on the mountain, only bluestones. There was a mouth at the top of the mountain. The middle of the mountain was burning with gray flames. It was actually a volcano. That mountain kept hovering and its momentum became stronger and stronger. It seemed to have already connected with the mountains and rivers of this place. Then, with a loud bang, it smashed down on Ning Fan. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to have landed on the grassland in an instant. Rumble, the entire grassland shook violently for a long time like an earthquake. Only then did it calm down. As for Ning Fan, he was already suppressed by the mountain. Each of the Debay cultivators gasped. Only now did they see the true appearance of the mountain. Bluestone Gray Flame Volcano. This is Shi Yan's ability. It can't be wrong. Could it be that it's really a Shi Yan cultivator who suppressed that external cultivator with the surname Ning? We can't see any traces of Shi Yan cultivators in this place. Logically speaking, it's impossible for Shi Yan cultivators to leave the ominous territory. Could it be that some old monster Shi Yan used a medium to cast a spell to suppress him? This matter must be reported to the central state immediately. As for the martial test, I don't know if it can continue. We have to listen to the central state's opinion. As for that external cultivator with the surname Ning, some of the cultivators of the southern region began to use secret techniques to report what happened just now to the central state. The old man Shuremo also reported the same thing. However, the reply he received was that the martial test would continue regardless of the weather. The old man Shuremo landed at the foot of the bluestone volcano with a solemn expression. He tried to cast a spell to blast open the volcano and release Ning Fan, who was suppressed by the mountain. However, he was shocked to find that it was impossible for him to do so with his current cultivation base at the early sense fragmentation realm. The one suppressing this person is at least a stone flame immortal king or even stronger. The old man Shuremo was secretly shocked. Why would the stone flame immortal king want to suppress an external cultivator? Logically speaking, the cultivators of the three flames immortal king would not reject external cultivators. Why would he do that? Could it be that there is more to this matter? May I ask, what should we do with the martial test? Should we suspend it temporarily and hold it another day? Some of the leaders of the tribes asked. No need. Everything will continue as usual. There must be no mistakes. The old man Shuremo answered. The external cultivator of my tribe is still being suppressed under this mountain. Please help us save that person. The leader of the Towerwood tribe, Ta Gu, pleaded. I can't save this person. I can only wait for the central state to send someone to rescue him. It will take at least 3 to 5 days. The old man Shuremo said indifferently. What? 3 to 5 days? If I'm not mistaken, this volcano is the special ability of the Stone Flame tribe to suppress their enemies. If the person who is being suppressed is not rescued in time, he will more or less be injured by the scorching chi in the mountain. Besides, this person is a participant of my Towerwood tribe. If he doesn't participate in the martial test, my tribe won't have any chance of winning. The martial test will begin after the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. It's already a foregone conclusion that this person will be trapped here. Unless he can break open this mountain before the martial test ends, he will definitely not be able to participate in the test. According to the rules of the tomb seizing battle, only the cultivators who are on the list before the minor competition can participate in the martial test. In other words, if this person doesn't participate, your tribe can only send 19 people to take his place. As soon as the old man Shuremo finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to Ta Gu. Instead, he displayed his ability to arrange the venue of the martial test. Ning Fan still felt a little dizzy. It took him a lot of effort to get rid of the dizziness in his head. In front of him was a greenish-gray stone wall space. The space was extremely narrow. It was located in the middle of the volcano. The air was hot and stuffy. There were also greenish-gray flames and smoke that blew past. Ning Fan's heart was cold. He was suppressed by a sneak attack. This was an extremely high-grade suppression ability. Besides, the person who used this ability was definitely not weaker than an immortal emperor. If it wasn't because of this ability, Ning Fan would definitely not be unable to escape and be suppressed under this mountain. This scene was the same as when he was suppressed by Great Emperor Chonghe in the past. He could not even resist. The gap was so huge. The person who suppressed me is at least an immortal emperor. But there is one thing that makes me curious. Which immortal emperor is the one who attacked me? While Ning Fan was guessing, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded in the silent stone wall space. You are traveling together with that 5-colored medicine soul. Due to the rules of the sacred mountain, I can't kill you. However, I can trap you here and force you to submit. If you don't want to die, break free from this punishment ring and rush out of this mountain with your immortal venerable realm cultivation base. The voice was sometimes deep and sometimes soft. It was unpredictable. It seemed to be able to disguise itself, making people unable to tell who it was. However, there was no doubt that it was an immortal emperor realm cultivator. After that voice, there was no more sound. Ning Fan's face turned pale. First, he was erased by the great emperor of the central state. Then, he was trapped in the middle of this volcano. Even with his calm temperament, he could not help but feel angry. With a sway of his body, he attempted to break through the stone wall. However, as soon as he came into contact with the stone wall, numerous cracks that were emitting flames immediately appeared on it. Those cracks kept spreading, seemingly forming formation marks. All of a sudden, an extremely strong restrictive force spread out, forcing Ning Fan to retreat, preventing him from getting close to the stone wall. The formation here is quite profound. However, it's not enough to trap me. Ning Fan's aura suddenly changed. The anger in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by extreme calmness and depth. His eyes were extremely deep like the vast starry sky. Under his gaze, it was as if all the changes in the world could not escape from his eyes. He had actually activated the East Demon Ancestor's ultimate technique, the Secret of Force. In Ning Fan's eyes, be it the stone wall or the flames, they all became the lines of the grand force that intersected with each other. The complicated formation marks on the stone wall gradually became clear in Ning Fan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Fan suddenly took a step forward, leaving a golden flame footprint on the stone ground. It was difficult to say how ingenious that step was. With just a single step, it actually messed up the grand force of this place. Once the grand force was in chaos, the formation naturally could not be maintained. Ning Fan did not stop. He took one step after another in a strange manner. Every time he took a step, a strong gust of wind would rise from the ground. After 9 steps, cracking sounds could be heard from the stone wall all of a sudden. It was the formation marks that were damaged. Oh! Is the evil suppressing volcano that I casually learned not enough to trap this young man? Great Emperor Lu Tua, who was in the central state, suddenly exclaimed softly. At this moment, he had already left the Tian Du Peak with his disciples and was heading back to his cave dwelling. When he noticed that Ning Fan was about to break through the suppression of the volcano, he was no longer in a hurry. Instead, he randomly found a grassland and opened up a temporary underground cave dwelling. Then, he began to cast a spell across the domain. In the space inside the mountain, the stone walls were peeling off layer by layer. The formation was being destroyed by Ning Fan bit by bit. All of a sudden, a red and white flame burst out from the stone wall in front of Ning Fan, heading straight for his face. Ning Fan's eyes suddenly turned serious. This red and white flame was extremely powerful. Its grade was actually at the Xiantian realm. It seemed to be the innate true fire that the person who attacked him had cultivated for many years. Just the heat that came towards him was enough to make him feel a burning pain. If he was burned by this flame, it was possible that he would be severely injured given his current cultivation base. How could Ning Fan dare to underestimate this flame? While retreating, he spat out his own devil flames in an attempt to fight against this flame. The two flames clashed. In just a few exchanges, Ning Fan's devil flames were forced to retreat. After the innate true fire defeated the devil flames, it did not continue to attack Ning Fan. Instead, it just surrounded the space inside the stone wall, as if it was determined to trap Ning Fan there. Ning Fan tried a few times but he still could not break through the seal of the Sea of Flames. Lu Tua, who was in the central state, suddenly revealed a satisfied smile. If that's the case, this young man won't be able to make it in time for the martial examination. Ning Fan brought a rare medicine soul into Great Bay. According to the rules of the sacred mountain, Lu Tua was not allowed to harm Ning Fan's life. He did not like Tamu and hated external cultivators even more. Now that Ning Fan wanted to stand up for Tamu, he naturally had to suppress him. With his cultivation base, he could trap Ning Fan for a few days with just a little trick. A few days later, even if Ning Fan is rescued, he would have missed the martial examination. Without Ning Fan's Tamu tribe, they would still have no chance to make a name for themselves in the southern state. Of course, if Ning Fan is forced to directly destroy the punishment ring and rush out of the volcano after recovering his cultivation base, that would be even better. As an external cultivator, if he destroys the punishment ring after accepting it, it would be a heinous crime. He would be hunted down by the 5 emperors of the central state. At that time, even if this young man had a rare medicine soul, he would not be able to save his life. As for the Tamu tribe, they were Ning Fan's guarantor. If Ning Fan destroys the punishment ring without permission, the Tamu tribe would also be implicated. Feng Er, the people of the Tamu tribe killed you. Due to my identity, I can't massacre the Tamu tribe and avenge you. The only thing I can do is to make sure that the people of the Tamu tribe will never rise again. I'm sorry. Lu Tuo's face showed a moment of heartache. Then, it turned into his usual gloomy expression. Those disciples looked at Lu Tuo with burning eyes. Lu Tuo was definitely not a good person. However, he was very protective of his disciples. Therefore, among the 5 emperors of the central state, he was the one who was most popular with his disciples. Let's go. That young man won't be able to escape from my suppression. Lu Tuo Emperor chuckled and left with his disciples. Ning Fan was trapped inside the volcano. Looking at the innate true flames that were trapping him, his eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The power of the phoenix yin yang was secretly circulating within his body. Since I can't break out of the sea of flames, there's no need for me to do so. I'll just devour these innate true flames directly. He had never been a person who would suffer losses, not even in this place where he had to make compromises. Chapter 1008. The Phoenix clan was the king of the winged demons. Their chi was different from the filthy and evil aura of the Fu Li clan. They often gave people a sense of nobility and holiness. As soon as Ning Fan circulated the power of the Phoenix yin-yang technique, his chi changed. The devilish aura around him gradually disappeared and was replaced by an unprecedented sense of holiness and solemnity. Part of his body began to turn into flames. Then, his entire body turned into raging pitch-black flames. With a sway of his body, he dashed towards the stone wall. The innate true flames that covered the surface of the stone wall began to flicker unsteadily under the suppression of Ning Fan's aura of the Phoenix race. However, the flickering only lasted for a moment and it returned to normal very quickly. As Ning Fan approached the stone wall, red and white waves of flames immediately gushed out from the stone wall. They actually carried a large amount of greenish-gray magma with them and rushed towards Ning Fan in an attempt to stop him. Even though the innate talent of the Phoenix clan was the ability to control fire, Ning Fan's cultivation base was limited. Thus, he naturally did not dare to get sucked into the flames. When he came to a sudden stop, he suddenly performed a series of strange demon hand seals with both of his hands. His primordial spirit flew out from the top of his head and turned into a palm-sized black phoenix. The black phoenix's eyes were cold and emotionless. It ignored the might of the innate fire and opened its mouth to suck in the red and white flames. That action of sucking had mobilized all of the power of the Phoenix yin-yang technique. It directly controlled the changes of the Tao laws of fire in this place, preventing the red and white flames from approaching or retreating. It was as if space had been frozen. It could only stand there and allow the black phoenix to absorb it without any resistance. However, the force of the flames was too great. The black phoenix only absorbed a small amount of the flames before its face filled with pain. When it reached its limit, it withdrew from its avatar and turned back into its primordial spirit, returning to Ning Fan's Dantian. Due to the limitation of his cultivation base, Ning Fan barely managed to swallow a mouthful of innate true flames from the sea of red and white flames. After swallowing that mouthful of true fire, Ning Fan naturally felt extremely uncomfortable. The red and white true fire that he swallowed was surging violently in his stomach, as if it wanted to escape from his body and wantonly wreak havoc in his body. Fortunately, Ning Fan had already cultivated the Phoenix clan's nirvana innate skill. His internal organs that were burned by the flames could instantly recover in the raging flames. Throughout the entire process, he only felt some pain at most. As a result, That ball of true flames could not escape from his body no matter what. The sea of red and white flames around him seemed to be filled with anger. Its mission was to trap Ning Fan in this place without harming his life. However, it did not expect that Ning Fan would actually devour some of its flames. When the sea of flames condensed, a red and white fire bird flew out from it. The fire bird's appearance was peculiar. It did not look like a four heavens demon seed. When it flew, it could stir up waves of fire that filled the sky. His eyes were filled with ferocity. As soon as he spread his wings, he charged at Ning Fan. Its speed was so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people, they could only vaguely see a flash of fire. Even with Ning Fan's eyesight, it was difficult to catch the trace of the fire bird. After a brief exchange of blows, half of Ning Fan's body was burned into charcoal. Fortunately, in the next moment, Ning Fan's injured parts were restored to their original state within the raging flames. He was reborn from nirvana. This innate true fire has already given birth to a fire spirit. Unfortunately, this true fire has already entered my stomach. It is now mine. Even if you create a fire spirit, you can forget about taking this true fire back. Ning Fan's expression turned solemn. This fire spirit's cultivation base had just reached the immortal king realm of the three eternal tribulations. Even if Ning Fan's cultivation base had not been sealed, he would not be able to defeat it. Now, he did not dare to face it head-on. While retreating, he activated the golden protective light of the God-exterminating shield to its limit. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base, he could not summon the complete God-destroying giant form at all. He could only spread the golden light to a radius of 3 zhang around him. The red and white fire bird ignored Ning Fan's protective golden light. Once again, it ferociously crashed into it. In the narrow space of the stone wall, only a ray of fire could be seen. The power of the collision directly burned off nearly 1 zhang of the golden light. Fortunately, the golden protective light that was incinerated instantly reappeared on its own. Even so, Ning Fan's expression still changed. Even though his cultivation base was sealed at the moment, the God-destroying shield was extremely powerful. Even if its power was not enough, its defense was still not something that an ordinary immortal king could break through. However, this red and white fire bird destroyed nearly 1 zhang of the golden light with just a casual crash. It was obvious how terrifying its strength was. When the fire bird saw that its furious attack did not cause any damage to Ning Fan, who was just an ant, it was instantly enraged. After shrieking 3 times in a row, the flames around its body surged and it charged at Ning Fan again. This time, the fire bird actually got within 1 zhang of Ning Fan, burning away all of the golden light that was more than 2 zhang of his body. It seemed like it was not impossible for the fire bird to break through all 3 zhang of the golden light as long as it put in a little more effort. It definitely had the ability to injure Ning Fan, who was protected by the golden light. If it really comes to that, Ning Fan would either have to destroy Xing Huan to restore his cultivation base or use his trump card like Origin Qi to directly kill the fire bird. Of course, he did not plan to waste his precious life-saving trump card on a mere fire bird, which was one of the 3 eternal tribulations. Similarly, he did not plan to destroy Xing Huan before achieving his purpose of coming here and attract the crazy pursuit of the Great Bay tribe. Ning Fan's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. All of a sudden, he pounded his chest and spat out an arrow of blood which merged with the golden light that was protecting his body. His chi instantly weakened by a lot. However, the golden light that was protecting his body spread to a radius of 5 zhang within a short period of time, greatly increasing his defense. As a result, no matter how hard the fire bird tried to crash into him, it could not completely break through the defense of the God-destroying shield. As for Ning Fan, he took a healing pill and barely suppressed his injuries. Then, he sat cross-legged within the layers of golden light. Under the resentful eyes of the fire bird, he forcibly refined the small amount of innate true fire in his body. Ning Fan could not defeat the fire bird. However, it was very easy for him to deal with the innate true fire in his body. Not long after, the innate true fire was completely refined by Ning Fan. The level of Ning Fan's devil flames suddenly improved a lot towards the level of 12 truth flames. Ning Fan did not stand up. After adjusting his breathing for a while, he still sat cross-legged on the stone ground. He patted his head and his primordial spirit flew out again. It turned into the form of a black phoenix and opened its mouth to devour the fire bird through the layers of golden light. All of a sudden, the Tao of earth fire was once again controlled by the black phoenix. The fire bird was startled and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, it could not break free from the black phoenix's control over the flames. A large amount of its innate true fire was still forcibly sucked away by the black phoenix. The fire bird let out angry cries and crashed into the golden light even more ferociously. However, it could not break through the layers of golden light that was protecting its body. Ning Fan withdrew his primordial spirit and once again refined the innate true fire in his body. He did not care about the furious fire bird at all. When he finished refining the innate true fire, he devoured the innate true fire again and again, nibbling away the flames on the fire bird's body little by little. As the process repeated, the chi of the fire bird became weaker and weaker. It was no longer as strong as it was at the beginning. One day passed. The second day passed. There were only 3 days left for the martial trial. There was only 1 day left before it ended. Ning Fan was trapped in the mountain and did not know what was happening in the outside world. At this moment, he only had one thought in his heart, and that was to make it in time for the martial trial no matter what. He could guess that the immortal emperor who trapped him here did not dare to harm his life. The reason why he was trapped here was to prevent him from participating in the martial trial of the southern region. First, his results were erased. Then, he was ambushed and suppressed on the eve of the martial trial. Ning Fan could almost conclude that these 2 incidents were most likely done by the same immortal emperor or multiple immortal emperors. Ning Fan did not have a good impression of the so-called 5 immortal emperors of the central state. There was even a burning anger in his heart. I promised the Tamu tribe that I would participate in the southern region competition. There is no reason for me to give up halfway. This is the first reason. Zhang Yu specially instructed me to obtain the first place in the southern region. This matter is extremely important and cannot be neglected. This is the second reason. The immortal emperor who schemed against me is not willing to let me participate in the martial trial. How can I let him do as he wishes? This is the third reason. After 2 days of devouring and refining, 70% of the innate true flames here had already been devoured by Ning Fan. The red-white fire bird's body had also shrunk greatly. Its chi was also extremely weak. It no longer had the chi of a third tribulation immortal king 2 days ago. Its chi was roughly at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. The fire bird's eyes were no longer fierce. When it faced Ning Fan, there was a faint fear. The innate true flames cultivated by great Emperor Lu Tua could transform into 7 fire spirits. It was just one of the weaker ones. Now that Ning Fan had devoured 70% of its flames, it instinctively wanted to escape. How could it still dare to trap Ning Fan here? Unfortunately, it could not escape from this volcano as well. If it was at its peak condition, it could certainly escape easily with its full cultivation base. But now, it was only at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. It was impossible for it to escape. I have already devoured most of the innate true flames here, but I still can't completely break through the 12th level. If I'm not mistaken, the innate true flames that trapped me here are not complete. It's just a part of the innate true flames of that immortal emperor. I'm only 1 step away from completely breaking through the 12th level. After I kill this fire bird and devour all of its fire essence, it will most likely be enough for me to break through the bottleneck of the 12th level. Ning Fan suddenly stood up and coldly stared at the fire bird that was hiding in the corner. Currently, He no longer needed to use the god-vanquishing shield to defend against the fire bird like 2 days ago. The current fire bird was just at the mid-thought fragmentation realm. With Ning Fan's current cultivation base and Feng Yinyang's ability to restrain flames, it was not difficult for him to kill it. Ning Fan could almost imagine how furious the immortal emperor who plotted against him would be after he killed the fire bird. Presumably, that immortal emperor would never have expected that not only did he not die from being trapped in this volcano, but he also found a way to kill the fire spirit of the innate true flames by limiting his cultivation base. Since he dared to plot against Ning Fan, he should be aware that he was going to suffer a great loss. The fire bird seemed to have sensed Ning Fan's killing intent. In its despair, it suddenly gained the courage to stake everything on a single throw. It turned into a ray of fire and charged towards Ning Fan. Its speed was much slower compared to 2 days ago. Ning Fan easily saw through the fire bird's route. His body suddenly exploded, turning into a pitch-black sea of flames that almost drowned the entire stone wall space. All of a sudden, the entire stone wall space was filled with the cries of the fire bird as it struggled. The cries gradually subsided. After an unknown amount of time, the sea of flames disappeared and Ning Fan reappeared. Without saying a word, he sat down with his legs crossed and began to refine the enormous amount of fire essence power in his body. Almost at the same time, a furious roar was suddenly heard from the sitting Oblivion Peak in the central state. "How dare you kill my 7th fire spirit? This old man will never rest until one of us is dead. Ning Fan! Ning Fan! Ning Fan!" Great Emperor Lu Tuo rushed out of the underground cave with rage. When some of his disciples saw that their old ancestor was enraged, they immediately asked about the cause and effect of the incident. Great Emperor Lu Tuo's face only turned gloomy. He did not tell anyone what exactly happened. It was a humiliation. A great humiliation. He was a dignified immortal emperor. When he schemed against a young immortal venerable whose cultivation base had been sealed, he actually failed and lost one of his fire spirits. If it wasn't for his rationality, Great Emperor Lu Tuo almost wanted to go to the southern state immediately and take Ning Fan's life. Unfortunately, he could not do that. If he went to the southern state now, his scheme against Ning Fan would be exposed first. Besides, if he killed Ning Fan, he would not be able to answer to the sacred mountain at all. Hateful. Hateful. I can't kill you in the open, but I have ways to take your life in the dark. Very good. Very good. What an audacious external cultivator. Just you wait. Great Emperor Lu Tuo gradually calmed down. Instead, he revealed a cold smile and instructed his disciples beside him. "How long will it take for your eldest senior brother to come out of seclusion?" In reply to Ancestral Master, eldest senior brother has already entered the 6th floor of the Fire Spirit Tower. He won't be able to come out of seclusion for at least 100 years, let him come out of seclusion earlier. Tell him that there is an item in this grand competition of the middle state that is very beneficial for him to break through to the immortal venerable realm. If he misses it, it will be a great loss. Of course, I also have some personal matters that I want him to deal with. Tell him to come and see me as soon as possible. Yes. There was only half a day left before the end of the martial test. The written test tested one's comprehension while the martial test tested the overall strength of the tribe. At this moment, not far away from the volcano, the grassland of the Summoning Wind tribe was divided into 35 areas. Each tribe of the southern state occupied a vast grassland to conduct the martial test. The test of the martial test was to hunt fire spirits. According to legend, before the herb gatherer saint died, he had shattered his own sacred flames and scattered them under the ground of the Great Bay grassland. After a long time, the broken flames turned into living beings and turned into the fire spirit clan. They were suppressed underground forever and could never appear on the surface. Naturally, the seal of the saint was not something that ordinary people could covet. Countless cultivators had tried to sneak into the ground of the Great Bay grassland to search for the broken sacred flames sealed by the saint, but to no avail. Later on, a Saint Mountain celestial emperor found a strange talisman in the Saint Mountain mausoleum. After activating it, he accidentally summoned an extremely powerful immortal emperor fire spirit from the Great Bay grassland. He was caught off guard and was almost killed by the fire spirit. Shocked, the Saint Mountain celestial emperor summoned a few more celestial emperors and fought hard for many days before they finally killed the fire spirit. They also obtained a fire crystal from the fire spirit. After refining it, their cultivation of the fire Tao improved greatly. After tasting the fire spirit, the Saint Mountain celestial emperor tried to imitate the talisman of the saint in his memory and activated it again. He could still summon fire spirits from anywhere in the Great Bay grassland. After killing the fire spirit, there was still a fire crystal. Unfortunately, without the talisman personally drawn by the saint, it was impossible to summon an immortal emperor fire spirit. At most, it could only summon fire spirits with true immortal cultivation. If a celestial king or celestial venerable drew a talisman, the fire spirit's cultivation level would be even lower. If a broken thought cultivator drew a talisman, they wouldn't be able to summon any fire spirits at all. The Saint Mountain celestial emperor studied the talisman several times before they figured out the secret of the talisman. It turned out that the talisman was a summoning talisman created by the Saint Mountain celestial emperor. It was specifically used to summon fire spirits from underground in the grassland. In the past, the first round of the tomb seizing martial test would be to hunt fire spirits. First of all, the fire spirits in the Great Bay grassland were almost inexhaustible. When hunting, they would be summoned as soon as they were summoned, so there was no need to prepare too much. Second of all, after killing the fire spirits, one could obtain fire crystals. These fire crystals were mostly of very low quality and were dispensable to the ancient monsters. However, if they were given to the tribes below, they could greatly improve the fire Tao of the low-level cultivators of the tribes. It was a very good reward for the martial test. Of course, there was a flaw in this talisman, which was that it could only be drawn by an ancient celestial venerable. Every time it was drawn, it would consume a lot of energy, so it couldn't be mass-produced. Fortunately, there would only be a tomb-seizing war once every 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of accumulation, the Saint Mountain celestial emperor was able to cope with the consumption of the tomb-seizing war. In this southern border minor competition, each tribe was given 50 low-grade fire summoning talismans, 20 mid-grade fire summoning talismans and 5 high-grade fire summoning talismans. The low-grade fire summoning talisman could be used once to summon a fire spirit of Crossing Truth Realm randomly. As for which stage of Crossing Truth Realm it was, it would depend on luck. It could be an early stage Crossing Truth Realm fire spirit or a peak stage Crossing Truth Realm fire spirit. The troublesome thing was that no matter what stage Crossing Truth Realm it was, killing one fire spirit would count as 10 points. The mid-grade fire summoning talisman could summon a Shedding Void fire spirit. Killing one fire spirit would give 100 points. The high-grade fire summoning talisman could summon a Fragmentary Thought fire spirit. Killing one fire spirit would give 1,000 points. Each tribe could decide how to use the fire summoning talisman. For a weak tribe like the Tamu tribe, they didn't have the Shedding Void fire spirit. They usually only dared to summon Crossing Truth fire spirit. They never dared to use the mid-grade and high-grade fire summoning talisman. Once a Shedding Void fire spirit or Fragmentary Thought fire spirit was summoned, it would undoubtedly be a calamity for the weak Tamu tribe. It should be known that the summoned fire spirit was extremely ferocious and would kill anyone it saw. The unused fire summoning talismans would have to be returned to the Saint Envoys who were supervising the minor competition after the martial competition ended. If each tribe used up all their fire summoning talismans, they could go to other tribes and snatch the fire spirits of other tribes. They could also increase their points. The Tamu tribe was extremely sullen. They only got 1 point in the written exam. Until now, they still didn't get any points in the martial competition. Until now, the TAMU tribe had summoned a total of 11 crossing truth fire spirits. All of them were snatched and killed by other tribes. As for the 12th crossing truth fire spirit that they summoned, no one came to snatch it because it was a fire spirit that was half a step into the shedding void realm. To the weak TAMU tribe cultivators, it was simply a calamity. Even if the 19 TAMU tribe cultivators joined forces, they were still unable to defeat that fire spirit that was half a step into the shedding void realm. Instead, more than 10 of them were seriously injured by that fire spirit. At this moment, the remaining 2 Dujin cultivators of the TAMU tribe were still leading the remaining 5 TAMU Fate Immortals to hold on. These 2 people were dressed as shamans, and their cultivation was only at the early stage of Dujin. Naturally, they didn't dare to fight the fire spirit head-on. Instead, they used the formation set up in advance to tangle with the fire spirit. However, the fire spirit was too powerful, and the TAMU tribe's cultivators were getting fewer and fewer, causing flaws to appear in the formation. Soon, the fire spirit caught a flaw and pounced on one of the Dujin cultivators. That Dujin was careless and half of his body was burned by the fire spirit. Only his primordial spirit escaped by a hair's breadth. However, he was seriously injured by the fire spirit and couldn't fight anymore. He had no choice but to withdraw from the martial competition. In this way, only the last Dujin cultivator of the TAMU tribe was still holding on. It was even more difficult to maintain the formation. The situation was very dangerous. Among the remaining 5 TAMU Fate Immortals, there were people who were seriously injured by the fire spirit and withdrew from the martial competition. In the end, only Dujin was left in the TAMU tribe. The formation that trapped the fire spirit originally required many people to work together to activate. Now that there was only one person left, it had completely lost its effect. This Dujin cultivator's name was Sateng. At this moment, his eyes were obviously filled with despair. However, there was more anger and resentment. Not far away, a few tribes had sent out peak Dujin cultivators to snatch the weak fire spirits of the TAMU tribe. Every time the TAMU tribe summoned an early or mid-Dujin cultivator, these people would come and snatch it. When the TAMU tribe unluckily summoned a half-step shedding Kong cultivator, these people just stood by and watched. They didn't intend to interfere at all, allowing the TAMU tribe members to be severely injured by the fire spirit. If even Sateng was seriously injured by the fire spirit and withdrew from the martial competition, the overall result of the TAMU tribe today would be the lowest in history. They would end up with a 1-point disadvantage. Of course, the TAMU tribe still had another participant who had yet to withdraw. However, Ning Fan was currently being suppressed under the volcano. No one thought that Ning Fan could break out of the seal and make it in time for the martial competition under the premise that his cultivation base was limited. The tomb-seizing battle of the TAMU tribe was about to end. This Sateng is already at his limit. Even if he has an acquired magical treasure to protect himself, his magic power can no longer sustain him. In less than 100 breaths, he will definitely be defeated. A peak Dujin cultivator from the White Ghost tribe said with certainty. This time, the TAMU tribe will most likely leave the tomb-seizing battle with a total score of 1 point. I wonder if Great Emperor Lu Tuo will remember our contribution when he learns about this. A peak Dujin cultivator who participated in the seizing of the TAMU tribe's fire spirits said with anticipation. He was from the Corpse Preservation tribe. What a pity. If that external cultivator surnamed Ning was here, the TAMU tribe's result would most likely be higher. A peak Dujin cultivator from the Evil Goat tribe side. He stayed near the TAMU tribe not to snatch the fire spirits. Instead, it was the young master's order. If the cultivators of the TAMU tribe were severely injured by the fire spirits, this person must save them. If it wasn't for this person, the cultivators of the TAMU tribe wouldn't only be severely injured and retreat. Many of them would have died. The strength of the half-step empty fire spirit wasn't something that ordinary people could deal with. Humph. I really don't understand what your evil goat tribe is thinking. It's fine if you don't suppress the Tamu tribe, but you actually sent people to protect the cultivators of the Tamu tribe. Your young master is indeed the #1 idiot in the southern border. Don't tell me he doesn't know that his actions will most likely enrage that person in the central state. A Peak Dujin cultivator from the Black Mountain tribe sneered. This Peak Dujin cultivator from the Evil Goat tribe didn't argue. He also felt that the young master's decision was inappropriate. However, due to his loyalty to the young master, he still carried out the young master's order and protected the cultivators of the Tamu tribe. Seeing that the last cultivator of the Tamu tribe, Sateng, was about to be severely injured by the fire spirits, this Peak Dujin cultivator from the Evil Goat tribe sighed slightly and prepared to save the cultivators. Suddenly, his gaze changed and revealed a shocked expression. It was the sound of a landslide coming from the direction of the volcano. What happened? Could it be that the external cultivator surnamed Ning who was suppressed under the volcano can escape? Even the Saint Envoy couldn't break the seal of the mountain. Unless that external cultivator surnamed Ning destroys the ring and recovers his cultivation, he won't be able to escape. Could it be that he destroyed the ring? This is a heinous crime in our Great Bay. On the grassland, cries of surprise sounded one after another. At this moment, there were only 2 cultivators near the volcano. One of them was Xianyu Chun and the other was Duo Lan. Duo Lan and Xianyu Chun had been waiting near the volcano for a long time. Duo Lan was Ning Fan's soul lock slave. Before Ning Fan took the initiative to remove the soul seal, she and Ning Fan had gone through thick and thin together. If something happens to Ning Fan, her life would also be in danger. Now that Ning Fan was suppressed under the mountain, Duo Lan did not know who was scheming against him. She also did not know if Ning Fan was in danger in the mountain. Naturally, she was somewhat worried. Staying near the volcano, how could she have the mood to pay attention to the progress of the martial trial in the southern region? Xianyu Chun, on the other hand, was interesting. He directly withdrew from the martial trial and took out an iron shovel magic treasure. His expression was extremely anxious. He actually wanted to flatten the mountain and hollow it out to save Ning Fan. This infuriated his father to no end. The leader of the Evil Yang tribe originally planned to rely on Xianyu Chun's soul combination technique to lead the cultivators of the Evil Yang tribe to achieve a good result. It was highly possible that they could even compete for the first place. However, who would have thought that this rash kid actually withdrew from the martial trial? He was even stupid enough to use a shovel to dig the volcano that even the Saint Apostle couldn't break open. This subordinate can't stand it anymore. It's fine if the young tribe leader is mischievous in the past, but he actually did it in the martial trial as well. He didn't put the interests of the Evil Yang tribe in his heart at all. You should know that we have prepared for 1,000 years for this competition in the southern region. After obtaining the first place in the southern region, we will head to the central region and participate in the second round of tomb seizing. For this competition, we have made many plans that revolved around the young tribe leader's soul combination technique. However, the young tribe leader actually withdrew from the martial trial. Not only that, he even sent a peak crossing truth cultivator to save Tamu. This action not only depleted the strength of our tribe but also offended Great Emperor Lu Tuo. Why didn't the tribe leader stop this? A few elders of the Evil Yang tribe questioned. The tribe leader of the Evil Yang tribe did not speak. He was also disappointed with Xianyu Chun's action of ignoring the interests of the tribe. He even had the thought of abolishing his position as the young tribe leader. On the other hand, he felt even more pity for this son. What he felt pity for was this foolish child's pure heart. His mother was crushed to death by the volcano divine ability of the rock flame cultivator. The tribe leader of the Evil Yang tribe suddenly opened his mouth. He seemed to be talking to himself but also seemed to be talking to the few elders of the evil Yang tribe. There was a trace of grief on his face. That woman was Xianyu Chun's mother and also the woman he loved the most. Tribe leader, what are you saying? We asked the tribe leader to abolish Xianyu Chun's position as the young tribe leader. We asked the tribe leader not to avoid this matter and change the topic. A few elders said in dissatisfaction. The tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe did not pay attention to these elders. He continued to look at Xianyu Chun, who was sweating profusely as he dug the mountain. This child ignored the interests of the tribe. He was not fit to be the young tribe leader. However, this child had a pure heart that was different from other cultivators. This point was the most valuable in the cultivation world. Their interests were paramount. Outsiders only knew that the tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe had taken a fancy to Xianyu Chun's cultivation talent and made an exception to let a foolish person become the young tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe. However, they did not know that what the tribe leader of the evil Yang tribe had taken a fancy to was that pure heart. Under the suppressing volcano, Duo Lan was speechless as she looked at Xianyu Chun, who was bitterly digging the mountain. She naturally did not plan to help this kind of almost futile action. The suppressing volcano did not have soil, only stones. Moreover, they were not ordinary stones. They were stones formed by divine ability and were abnormally firm. Xianyu Chun, who was only at the life immortal realm, was holding a magic treasure that had not even entered the post-celestial realm. Naturally, he would not be able to dig through the mountain rocks. There were already many gaps in his iron shovel. His hands had also been shaken to the point that they were dripping with blood from the recoil of digging the mountain. He could not feel the burning pain in his hands. He only anxiously dug the mountain. Even if he could not dig out even a single piece of rock, he did not give up. There was a trace of confusion and grief in his eyes. At this moment, what he wanted to dig up wasn't the volcano that suppressed Ning Fan, but the mountain that killed his mother in the past. Can't dig, can't dig, can't dig, why can't I dig? Why? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Bang! The iron shovel finally could not bear the burden and broke into two. Xianyu Chun threw down the iron shovel like a madman and directly knelt on the mountain rock. His hands were badly mangled as he dug at the hard mountain rock. Can't dig, can't dig, can't dig, why can't I dig? I don't believe it. Xianyu Chun suddenly roared towards the sky. Blood and tears flowed out from his eyes. His mouth muttered a word. Mother, mother, I'm sorry. This child is useless. I can't save you, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rumble, the suppressing volcano suddenly shook violently. There were even sounds of collapsing coming from the inside of the mountain. The loud rumbling instantly attracted the attention of all the cultivators here. It also caused Xianyu Chun's eyes to gradually wake up. Bewitched, bewitched again. Mother is already dead. The person trapped in the volcano is not mother, but master. Master actually escaped. Xianyu Chun wiped the blood and tears, sweeping away the sadness on his face. He suddenly laughed towards the sky. Worthy of being the master that he fancied. Even being suppressed by an immortal emperor, he could still escape. He, Xianyu Chun, did not misjudge him. Bystanders could not see that this was a divine ability used by an immortal emperor, but he, Xianyu Chun, could see it. Because he personally felt the terror of the suppressing volcano, and because of his mother's matter, he researched a lot about the suppressing volcano's divine ability. Because he could see this, he was worried about Ning Fan's safety and was shocked by Ning Fan's escape. The volcano's collapse became more and more serious. Xianyu Chun did not dare to stay on the volcano any longer and flew away. The moment he was far away, the entire volcano suddenly split open like a gourd and exploded. A white-clothed figure with a soaring flame rushed out from the volcano and straight into the clouds. It was Ning Fan who escaped. There were many cultivators with keen eyesight here. They felt the flame aura on Ning Fan's body and sucked in a cold breath. It's actually the 12 Shades True Flame. This external cultivator surnamed Ning is quite amazing. Looking at the entire Great Bay, not many people have such a flame. This person, a mere external cultivator, actually has it. Chapter 1009. His white robes fluttered in the wind while his black flames burned fiercely. After killing the fire spirit and devouring its fire essence, Ning Fan's devil flame had crossed the last line and completely broke through to the 12 hidden level. At this moment, his body was surrounded by devil flames as he stood in the sky. The pressure of the flames was even stronger because of the yin-yang phoenix, causing the temperature of the grassland to rise abruptly. It even made the flames in the bodies of all the cultivators of the bay tremble. They looked at the figure in the sky with fear. It was as if it was not a human but an emperor that walked out from the flames. Everyone in the Dabei clan was a pill refinement master. Naturally, all of them were fire cultivators. However, it was rare for their flames to reach the 9 hidden level and above. Those who reached the 12 hidden level were even rarer. Even if there were, they would usually be the result of bitter cultivation of those ancient existences. Besides, the might of those people's 12 hidden level was rarely as powerful as Ning Fan's. As a result, the exclamations on the grassland became louder and louder. It was because of Ning Fan breaking out of the seal and also because of the might of the devil flames. I'm finally free. Looking at the time, there should be only a little more than 5 hours left before the end of the combat test. Ning Fan withdrew his devil flames. His body flashed and appeared on the grassland as if he had teleported. He did not participate in the battle immediately but landed next to Xian Yuchun, who was not far away. Xian Yuchun looked at Ning Fan excitedly. His eyes were filled with passion. He was still immersed in the shock of Ning Fan breaking out of the seal. Ning Fan looked at Xian Yuchun's badly mutilated hands and sighed softly. Even though he had just broken out of the seal, the mountain was already useless to him after he killed the firebird. It could not trap his all-pervasive spirit sense to see what was happening in the outside world. This Xian Yuchun actually wanted to dig the mountain to save someone. With his cultivation base and strength, this action was almost stupid. However, it was done with good intentions and out of sincerity. He did not even ask for anything in return. According to Ning Fan's understanding, this Xian Yuchun was not a good person in nature. Instead, he was a tyrant of the southern border. The reason why he was willing to do this was because he respected Ning Fan from the bottom of his heart. If it was someone else who was trapped, he would certainly watch coldly from the side. The combat test and the possibility of offending an immortal emperor were also thrown to the back of his mind. With his limited intelligence, he did not even bother to think about everything and just acted to save the person. Ning Fan did not intend to take him as a disciple. However, today, he was a little impressed. Even though Xian Yuchun's mind wasn't complete, there was a stubbornness in his bones. Daring to use his flesh and blood to shake the volcano created by an immortal emperor, such courage was rarely seen. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid at all. It was just that the person he wanted to save was trapped in the volcano. Therefore, he had to dig the mountain open no matter what. Even if there was no hope, he would, and the mountain would be. Even if the entire world laughed at him, even if he became the enemy of all worlds, even if the world was destroyed, he would never change his heart. What surprised Ning Fan even more was that when this young man roared at the sky, it actually gave him a kind of feeling, causing the bottleneck of his mid-shedding void realm and demon realm cultivation base to loosen a little. He even had a feeling that his heart tribulation was about to descend. This young man's mind is incomplete. However, because of that, he is purer and closer to the Tao. Even though he did not really save Ning Fan appreciated his kindness. Fan, Yang Yang IMS. Fan Fan. Yang Yang Energy, Spirit Yang. Mountain, Yang 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 Fan. Yang Yang Fan. With a flip of his hand, Ning Fan took out a pill bottle and gave it to Xian Yuchun. Then, he walked past him. Xianyu Chun was so moved that his eyes were brimming with tears. He had actually received a reward from his master. That expression was too cold and callous. That tone was too domineering. That gesture, that temperament, tsk, as expected of his master, this was not something he could imitate in a day and a night. Let's see what master has rewarded us with. Xianyu Chun opened the bottle and checked it with his divine sense. He immediately gasped. It was a 9-revolution golden pill. Furthermore, it was an elixir pill that he had never seen before. It was most likely an elixir pill from the eastern heavens. Looking at its medicinal effects, it seemed to be used for healing injuries. It was just that the grade of this medicinal pill was a bit too high. One had to know that even though he was the young clan lord of the evil goat tribe, if he wanted to use a 9 revolutions golden pill, he would need the unanimous consent of all the elders. He would also need to go through 3 rounds of examination and 3 rounds of reconsideration. This was because the 9 revolutions golden pill was a precious treasure to any of the southern border tribes, and it could not be used easily. However, Ning Fan just casually gave him one. Master is really generous. Congratulations on breaking free, senior. Duo Lan is willing to use my connections in the middle state to investigate the person who plotted against senior. I feel that this matter was not done by the cultivators of the Stone Flame tribe. Instead, it was some old monsters who imitated the abilities of the Stone Flame tribe. Duo Lan walked towards him and secretly transmitted her voice to him. She did not dare to reveal her identity as a soul-locking slave in front of outsiders. Therefore, her facial expression was very cold but her tone was extremely humble and respectful. There's no need for that. I can roughly guess who the mastermind is. During the few days that I wasn't around, the Tamu tribe only has one person left, huh? Ning Fan frowned slightly and spread his spirit sense towards the grassland where the participants of the Tamu tribe were. In that direction, only Tamu Duzhan was left who was struggling to hold on. Tagori and the others were looking at his direction with pleasant surprise. During the few days that Senior wasn't around, many tribes bullied the Tamu tribe. Unfortunately, Duo Lan is an outsider and not a participant. Thus, I can't intervene in this matter. Duo Lan still wanted to talk about what happened to the Tamu tribe. However, Ning Fan did not even have the time to listen to her carefully. With a flash, he flew towards the grassland where the Tamu tribe was located. Duo Lan curled her lips and swallowed all the words that she wanted to say. She had no choice but to fly together with Ning Fan. However, before they entered the area of the combat test, they were stopped by the corpse devil old man. You are not a participant, so you cannot enter this place. Duo Lan could only stop and watch the combat examination from afar. There are only 10 hours left. I wonder if Senior's arrival will be able to lead Tamu to obtain a good result. It would be great if we can obtain the first place in the southern border, Tamu Martial Test Area. Ning Fan whizzed through the air like a ray of light. His aura force soared to the sky. Sateng, whose magic power was nearing exhaustion, had already given up all hope under the pursuit of the Fire Soul. At this moment, seeing his savior arrive, he was overjoyed and shouted, "Senior Ning, save me." As soon as the half-step void-shedding Fire Soul saw Ning Fan's arrival, it immediately shifted its killing intent and stopped chasing after Sateng. From Ning Fan's body, the Fire Soul sensed an extremely delicious flame chi. That chi was tempting him and driving his killing instinct. I must kill him. I must devour his flames. I must kill him. Roar! The Fire Soul's roar was filled with killing intent. It could actually trigger a trace of change in the Tao of Fire. One should know that to any cultivator who had yet to enter the Eternal Era, such an action was extremely heaven-defying. The fact that the Fire Soul could achieve such a feat with its half-step void-shedding Fire Soul's cultivation base made it even more extraordinary, even if it was just an extremely weak trace. However, a half-step void-shedding Fire Soul was still just a half-step void-shedding Fire Soul. It could not cause any great waves, let alone kill Ning Fan. Ning Fan did not even give the fire soul a chance to attack. As his devil flame spread out, his entire being dashed forward like a fiery shadow. All of a sudden, he flew across the grassland and passed by the fire soul. At the moment when they crossed each other, the fire soul was directly burned into ashes. When the peak realm Du Zhen who was watching from nearby saw this scene, all of them were shocked. One should know that the fire soul was a spirit that was born from fire. Its resistance towards fire attacks was naturally extremely high. However, in front of Ning Fan's 12 adoration true fire, it still ended up being killed instantly. What a terrifying devil flame! The changes in the law that it contained were even beyond the comprehension of Du Zhen. Thank you for saving me, Senior. Sa Teng's eyes were burning with passion. Even though there was not much time left for the combat test, as long as Ning Fan could make it in time, the Towerwood tribe still had a chance to turn the tables. You should retreat and recuperate. I alone am enough for the combat test of the Towerwood tribe this time. As soon as Ning Fan said those words, Sa Teng who had been severely exhausted felt as if he had just been pardoned. He handed all of his fire summoning talismans to Ning Fan and hurriedly withdrew from the combat test. None of the people of the Towerwood tribe criticized Sa Teng for withdrawing from the combat test because Ning Fan was still here. Everyone was in high spirits. Their fighting spirit was high. They deeply believed that as long as Ning Fan was here, it would be enough. Ning Fan's devil might was extremely terrifying. Especially at this moment, it carried a hint of anger. He even gave off an aura that kept strangers away from him. However, the feeling he gave his companions was that he was very reliable. After all, he was an immortal venerate whose cultivation base had been sealed. This is... Ning Fan suddenly saw a fiery red crystal core among the ashes of the fallen fire soul. He raised his hand and sucked it into his palm. According to Ning Fan's understanding of the combat test, this seemed to be a unique fire crystal produced by hunting fire souls. Before he had the time to take a closer look, 10 Peak Crossing Truth Realm cultivators landed at the same time. They surrounded Ning Fan and scolded him. How did you escape from the volcano? Could it be that you have destroyed the punishment ring? As cultivators of the Towerwood tribe, we have the right to examine your punishment ring. If it is true, you are going to face a great calamity. You did not participate in the competition on time. Now that you have broken the seal, I'm afraid you have already lost the qualification to participate. Why are you still not leaving? What are you waiting for? The last person of the Towerwood has already withdrawn from the competition. This dead half-step void-rending fire soul should not be counted in the result of the Towerwood tribe. The final result of the Towerwood tribe is still 1 point. If it was Dong Tian Du Zhen, he would not dare to shout at the dignified Rain Lord like this. However, this was the Towerwood tribe. The cultivators here were born with the pride of their tribe. Even when facing Ning Fan, they still had a superior attitude. The coldness in Ning Fan's eyes became even more intense. Hee. Are they all here to suppress the Towerwood tribe? Firstly, as far as I know, participating in the competition halfway will not disqualify you. This has happened before in the history of the southern border. Ning Fan said expressionlessly. As soon as his words fell, a few people's expressions changed slightly. It seemed like they did not expect Ning Fan to have such a thorough understanding of the minor competition in the southern border. Their previous deceit made them feel embarrassed. Secondly, my punishment ring is still here. In this way, it is not considered as violating the rules of the Towerwood tribe. Ning Fan's primordial spirit left his body. The damaged ring was still there, which was enough to prove that Ning Fan did not lie. Then, his primordial spirit returned to its original position. Some cultivators were inwardly shocked. Ning Fan really rushed out of the volcano that even the broken thought sacred envoy could not get out of with his restricted cultivation base. Thirdly, as far as I know, there is another rule in the combat test. You are allowed to enter the combat testing area of other tribes to snatch and kill the fire souls. You are not allowed to hurt others in the combat test. However, if you step into the combat testing area of other tribes and try to snatch the fire souls, you will only have yourself to blame if you get attacked. You are all trying to snatch the fire souls in my tower wood combat testing area. In this case, even if I attack you, it won't be against the rules of the combat test, right? As soon as he said that, the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators who had snatched the fire souls of the tower wood had a drastic change in expression. They turned around and wanted to run out of the combat testing area. Listening to what he said, he actually wanted to attack the various tribes of the southern border as an external cultivator. This person is really audacious. These people were not slow in running. Unfortunately, they could not run away. Ning Fan's figure flashed and appeared behind each of the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators like a ghost. With a raise of his hand, he sent each of them flying away while coughing out blood. All of them were thrown out of the combat testing area of the tower wood like rubbish. Killing was not allowed in the combat test. Thus, Ning Fan only severely injured these people who bullied the tower wood. Even so, it still caused the people of the tower wood to cheer. They finally got rid of the resentment in their hearts. Daring to snatch the fire souls of the tower wood tribe and stepping on the tower wood tribe to curry favor with Emperor Luo Tua, this was the consequence. How dare you? How dare a mere external cultivator injure the cultivators of my white ghost tribe? The white ghost sorcerer cultivator who was hunting the fire souls in the combat testing area of the headquarters was enraged. How ruthless! The cultivators who were injured by this person will definitely not be able to recover without resting for 100 years. I'm afraid that if it wasn't for the rules, this person would even dare to kill them. There were also some tribes who were fearful of Ning Fan. When the Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivator of the Evil Goat tribe saw Ning Fan rushing towards him, he was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He was afraid that he would be thrown out of the combat testing area along with Ning Fan. His mouth was agape and he wanted to explain something anxiously. To his surprise, Ning Fan did not attack him. Instead, he just raised his hand and stirred up a gust of wind, gently sending him out of the combat testing area of the tower wood. I've seen some of the things you did to help the tower wood. I won't hurt you. The young clan leader of your tribe isn't here. Quickly go and help your tribe to hunt the fire souls and improve your results. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to that person. The Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivator of the Evil Goat tribe heaved a sigh of relief and immediately returned to the combat testing area of the Evil Goat tribe to help the cultivators of the headquarters to hunt the fire souls. Ning Fan had severely injured more than 10 Peak Truth Crossing Realm cultivators in just a single exchange. Not only did it shock some people, it also caused some of them to be angry and curse at him. Ning Fan did not care about those curses at all. He scanned the 35 combat testing areas with his spirit sense and came up with a plan. The total score of the Tower Wood tribe was originally only 1 point. After he killed a half-step void abandoning fire soul, his score rose to 11 points. Currently, this score was still at the bottom. Even the True Khan tribe, which was second from the bottom, also had 44 points and had successfully killed 4 True Crossing Realm fire souls. Most of the tribes had scored more than 500 points. As for those large tribes, basically none of them had less than 1,000 points. Currently, the Wind Summoning tribe was ranked first with a total score of more than 9,000 points. The Sea Spirit tribe was ranked second with a total score of almost 7,000 points. The Evil Goat tribe was ranked seventh with a total score of 1,500 points. Compared to the score of the Evil Goat tribe in previous years, it was much lesser. The reason for this was because of the sudden withdrawal of their young clan leader, Xin Yu-chun. If I want to get the first place in the southern border, just the fire summoning talisman in my hand is definitely not enough. In that case, I will first rob the fire souls of the other tribes to increase my score. Ning Fan did not rush to use the fire summoning talisman of the headquarters. Instead, he rushed towards the combat testing areas of the southern border. The poor True Khan tribe. 20 participants were besieging 5 True Crossing Realm fire souls. Before they could react, a pitch-black flame flashed past them. Almost in an instant, the 5 True Crossing Realm fire souls were burnt to ashes. The Tower Wood tribe got 61 points. At the same time, Ning Fan obtained another 5 fire crystals. Why? We didn't rob the Tower Wood tribe's fire souls. Why do you want to rob us? One of the shamans of the True Khan tribe shouted angrily. So what? What can you do about it? Ning Fan glared at the shaman mercilessly. That shaman was so frightened that he did not dare to speak anymore. Cold sweat was dripping down his forehead. Even though he knew that killing was not allowed in this combat test, after the True Khan tribe, Ning Fan robbed the fire souls of the other tribes that they were hunting one after another. The first tribes that were robbed were just those small tribes that did not have Shikong tribe's protection. Then, Ning Fan also visited those tribes that had Shikong tribe's protection. The Corp Shi tribe had 3 early Shikong tribes' protection. They were working together to hunt 3 Shikong tribes' fire souls. Suddenly, they saw a ray of flame coming towards them. The 3 Shikong tribes' members were enraged. What a bold external cultivator! You want to rob the fire souls of our Corp Shi tribe? It won't be that easy. The 3 Shikong tribe's members soared into the sky at the same time and attacked Ning Fan. As for the 3 Shikong tribe's fire souls, they were temporarily sealed by the cultivators of the Corp Shi tribe. According to the rules of the combat test, Ning Fan was not allowed to take the initiative to hurt the other tribe's fire souls. However, if the other party retaliates first, he can also retaliate. Get lost! Ning Fan opened his mouth and spat out a sea of flames, engulfing the 3 Shikong tribe's members who had soared into the sky. Then, 3 miserable shrieks were heard. After that, 3 primordial spirits that were terrified escaped from the devil flames. Their physical bodies had already been burnt to ashes. This was also because Ning Fan had shown them mercy. Otherwise, it would not be difficult for him to kill 3 of them instantly. Senior, please spare our lives. The 3 Shikong tribe's members were so frightened that they immediately begged for mercy. They were afraid that Ning Fan would be so audacious as to ignore the rules of this place and kill them. Ning Fan did not even look at the 3 Shikong tribe's members. He raised his hand and killed the 3 Shikong tribe's fire souls that they had summoned. Then, he went to the next combat test area. The combat test area of the Black Mountain tribe. The 2 mid-Shikong tribe's members of the Black Mountain tribe licked their lips. They had already made up their minds to severely injure Ning Fan. Both of them suddenly soared into the sky and cast an inescapable net at Ning Fan. However, they were all burned to ashes by Ning Fan's devil flames even though their physical bodies were also destroyed by him. At the same time, the 2 Shikong tribe's fire souls that were summoned by the Black Mountain tribe were also destroyed. The combat test area of the White Ghost tribe. The White Ghost tribe had a total of 7 Shikong tribe's members. The strongest one among them was the late Shikong tribe sorcerer. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the combat test area of the White Ghost tribe, the sorcerer immediately struck out a lightning palm towards the grassland. A grand formation that had been prepared for a long time immediately began to operate. My White Ghost tribe is proficient in the Tao of formations. Even an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator who enters this yin and yang life and death formation will be severely injured. Today, I will use my blood essence to activate the formation. I will definitely injure you severely in this formation. The sorcerer's face was filled with arrogance. He did not think that Ning Fan who was trapped in this formation could do anything. He spat out 7 mouthfuls of blood essence at the formation. The consumption of his blood essence was definitely not small. The other 6 Shikong tribe's members also did the same. Instantly, the power of the grand formation increased by more than 1-fold. This is just a mere formation. It's not enough to trap me. Ning Fan could even easily break Emperor Luo Tuo's formation in the mountain. Why would he be afraid of the formation set up by a group of Shikong tribe's members? He did not even use the force character. Instead, he directly dashed forward with his physical body and forcefully destroyed the grand formation. All of the 7 Shikong tribe's members, including the sorcerers, coughed out blood and retreated frantically. Their faces were filled with shock. This man's physical body is really terrifying. Even if his cultivation base is sealed, he can still defeat an early thought fragmentation realm cultivator with just his physical body. How would they still dare to stop Ning Fan? They could only watch Ning Fan destroy the fire soul that was summoned by the headquarters. The Wind Summoning Division was now under great pressure. The moment Ning Fan stepped into the Wind Summoning Division, Nan Zhilong's eyes turned ruthless. He said coldly to the 9 Shikong tribe's members behind him. Hurry up and help me fuse my soul. The medicine soul power of the 9 Shikong tribe's members instantly went into Nan Zhilong's body. Nan Zhilong, who was already at the peak Shikong tribe's cultivation base, immediately skyrocketed. He directly broke through the bottleneck of the thought fragmentation realm and reached the early thought fragmentation realm. You have the physical body of the thought fragmentation realm, but I also have the combat power of the thought fragmentation realm. How can I let a mere external cultivator like you take away the fire soul of my Wind Summoning Division? Heavenly Devil Breaking Finger. Nan Zhilong suddenly raised the index finger of his right hand and chanted an incantation. Immediately, 12 gigantic golden Buddha statues appeared behind him. His index finger was gradually dyed with a layer of golden light. That golden light was very faint, but it was constantly emitting a terrifying Buddha's might. That Buddha's might seemed to be able to suppress the ancient devil bloodline in Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan instantly realized that this was a Buddha clan's devil-breaking divine ability. Nan Zhilong shouted loudly and pressed his finger with all his might. A faint golden 1000 zhang finger imprint seemed to have directly pressed against the vast sky within 10,000 li or directly into Ning Fan's eyes. Relying on the strength of his physical body, Ning Fan directly threw a punch and shattered the 1000 zhang finger imprint. However, a few breaths later, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. What a strange divine ability. He had clearly blocked the 1000 zhang finger imprint, but he was still injured. From the looks of it, the finger imprint that fell into his eyes also had destructive power. What it damaged was the Tao heart of a devil cultivator. What a strange divine ability of the Buddha clan. It can actually directly attack one's Tao heart. It was Ning Fan's first time seeing such a divine ability of the Buddha clan. Of course, he suffered a small loss. However, now that he was prepared, it would be very difficult for this type of divine ability to work on him again. As the raging flames around his body burned, even the minor injury was healed in the process of nirvana. Seeing that Ning Fan was only slightly injured and his injuries healed in an instant, Nan Zhilong was slightly surprised. One should know that this was a divine ability that he had learned from the heavenly capital peak of the middle state after paying a huge price. It was also his strongest technique. In the past, when he used it, it was almost always successful. Even a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivator would most likely be severely injured by it. Of course, there was a prerequisite for this technique. The opponent must be a cultivator of the devil Tao. Only then could the devil-breaking finger unleash its full power. Ning Fan was undoubtedly a cultivator of the devil Tao. It was obvious from his chi. However, he still managed to withstand the heavenly capital devil-breaking finger head-on. If you don't have any other trump cards, don't blame me for being merciless. Ning Fan's speed was unimaginably fast. Relying on the strength of his physical body, he directly collided with Nan Zhilong and sent him flying away while coughing out blood. He did not even have the time to dodge the attack. The soul fusion technique required an extremely precise spirit sense to maintain. As Nan Zhilong was injured, he almost fainted. Naturally, he could not maintain the technique and his chi quickly weakened. The other members of the Wind Summoning Clan wanted to stop Ning Fan again. However, they were all sent flying away by Ning Fan one after another. In the end, all the fire souls that the Wind Summoning Clan summoned were also killed by Ning Fan. Damn it! Damn it! Nan Zhilong was extremely unwilling to accept this outcome. However, he was helpless at the same time. The martial test was originally a place to test one's strength. In the past, the Wind Summoning Clan had always been the ones who snatched the fire souls of other clans. Today, due to the cycle of karma, it was the Wind Summoning Clan's turn to be unlucky. However, in this case, they would no longer be able to suppress the score of the Towerwood clan. In that case, they would not be able to please Great Emperor Lu Tuo. The reason why Ning Fan did not go to the Evil Goat clan was naturally because of Xin Yichun. It made the cultivators of the Evil Goat clan feel that it would be beneficial for their young clan leader to befriend senior Ning Fan for the first time. As for the Sea Soul clan, it was the last clan that Ning Fan went to snatch. There were many members of the Sea Soul clan. However, when Ning Fan arrived, Ming Hai Wu stopped the others from attacking him and stood in front of Ning Fan alone. If you can defeat me, I will hand over all the fire souls of my clan to you to kill. If you can't do it, please leave my Sea Soul clan. This person actually wanted to stop Ning Fan with his own strength. The Sea Soul clan was one of the few clans that did not oppress the Towerwood clan. Therefore, Ning Fan was not as ruthless to them as he was to the other clans. He nodded and agreed to Ming Hai Wu's challenge. Ming Hai Wu's expression became unprecedentedly solemn. After some hesitation, he finally used his strongest ability that had yet to be perfected to fight Ning Fan. It was a type of Dao Sense technique. It was an ability that only thought-breaking realm cultivators could perfect. If this technique is perfected, it would be the day when Ming Hai Wu officially steps into the thought-breaking realm. Extreme Fire Sense. As soon as Ming Hai Wu's Dao Sense technique was activated, the area where the two of them fought was filled with raging winds and scorching waves. This person could move the wind and clouds with just a single thought. Dao Sense technique, Ning Fan did not directly defeat Ming Hai Wu with his strong physical body. Instead, he slowly raised his finger and pointed at the ground. His mind was recalling the massacre and loneliness on the path of cultivation. It was like the fallen leaves of the west wind falling into his heart. However, he had no regrets. Last night, the west wind had withered the green trees. Ming Hai Wu was instantly shocked. At the moment when Ning Fan raised his finger, the violent wind that he summoned with his Dao Sense was instantly taken over by Ning Fan. Then, it turned into a gentle west wind and leaves fell from the sky. Those leaves were silent, but they gave Ming Hai an unprecedented sense of crisis. He almost activated his Dao Sense and crazily charged towards those leaves. He wanted to use his extreme fire sense to burn the falling leaves that filled the sky. Fallen leaves belonged to the wood element. Wood gave birth to fire. Between the two elements, Ming Hai Wu thought that his Dao Sense should be able to suppress Ning Fan's Dao Sense. However, the result was that Ming Hai Wu's extreme fire sense was easily defeated by Ning Fan's Dao Sense. Under the Dao Sense of the west wind, it slowly turned into ashes. In terms of the five elements, the extreme fire sense should not be defeated by Ning Fan's Dao Sense. In terms of the degree of perfection of Dao Sense, Ming Hai Wu had a strange feeling. He always felt that Ning Fan's Dao Sense was not perfect. It was even not as perfect as many early thought fragmentation realm cultivators. Could it be that Ning Fan's cultivation base was lower than the thought fragmentation realm? That was why his Dao Sense was not perfect. As soon as this thought emerged, Ming Hai Wu rejected it. Ning Fan had already been proven to be an immortal venerable in the ancient times. Naturally, it was impossible for his cultivation base to be lower than the thought fragmentation realm. In that case, Ming Hai Wu could only assume that Ning Fan had purposely suppressed the strength of his Dao sense to have a fair fight with him. He, Ming Hai Wu, was convinced that he had lost to such a magnanimous old monster. Senior, please enlighten me on why my extreme fire sense would lose to your Dao sense of the west wind. Ming Hai Wu asked humbly. Ning Fan was not a thought fragmentation realm old monster. His understanding of Dao sense was not even as good as Ming Hai Wu, who was at the half-step thought fragmentation realm. However, he was a second heaven realm cultivator. He could see many questions that Ming Hai Wu did not understand. Thus, it was not difficult for him to answer this question. Different depths. As soon as Ning Fan finished speaking, he killed the fire souls summoned by the Sea Soul Division. Ming Hai Wu heaved a long sigh. It was as if he had obtained great benefits from Ning Fan's short explanation. He gave an order to his subordinates. Immediately, the Sea Soul Division summoned some other Duzhen and Renkong fire souls for Ning Fan to kill and obtain points. Should I kill the thought fragmentation fire soul? Ming Hai Wu suddenly asked. Ning Fan did not answer immediately. From the bottom of his heart, he did not want to kill the thought fragmentation fire soul. After all, the risk of summoning the thought fragmentation fire soul was too great. If he summons a half-step thought fragmentation fire soul that was at the half-step eternal ancient realm, it would certainly be a tough battle. Of course, if Ning Fan was willing to use some of his hidden trump cards in front of the cultivators of the southern border, he could still kill the thought fragmentation fire soul. However, the gains would not make up for the losses. Some things would certainly be exposed to them. Ning Fan calculated the points. As he continued to snatch the fire souls, the total points of the Tower Wood Division had risen to 3,000 points. 3,000 points was enough to make any cultivator of the Tower Wood Division ecstatic. It had exceeded their expectations. It was also enough to make anyone who looked down on the Tower Wood Division and Ning Fan shut their mouths. Those cultivators who claimed that the Tower Wood Division would not surpass 1,000 points all shut their mouths at this moment. Those tribes who claimed to be ahead of the Tower Wood Division by how much points they had received a huge blow. However, Ning Fan was not satisfied with just 3,000 points. The Wind Summoning Division, which was ranked first, had already obtained 9,000 points. If he wanted to become the first in the southern border, he must obtain a score that surpassed the Wind Summoning Division. However, the troublesome thing was that those tribes whose fire souls were snatched by Ning Fan suddenly stopped all of their actions in a tacit manner. They no longer summoned the fire souls to hunt them. Some of them were too weak to hunt the fire souls because their members were severely injured. Some of them had other intentions and were unwilling to continue summoning the fire souls in case Ning Fan snatched the fire souls from them. In other words, the Sea Spirit Division was more honest and trustworthy. They took the initiative to summon the fire souls for Ning Fan to snatch. According to the rules, if the other party does not take the initiative to summon the fire souls, Ning Fan was not allowed to directly snatch their fire summoning talismans. If I want to surpass the Wind Summoning Division score, it won't be enough even if I use up all the remaining low-grade and mid-grade fire summoning talismans of the Tower Wood Division. If that's the case, I'll have to hunt the Broken Thought Fire Soul sooner or later. Thinking of this, Ning Fan answered Ming Hai Wu. Summon one of the Broken Thought Fire Souls of your division. After I kill one, I'll summon the second one, all right. It's also a great fortune for me to be able to witness Senior's battle against a real Broken Thought Fire Soul. Ming Hai Wu seemed to not care about the results of the combat test at all. At this moment, he only wanted to see Ning Fan hunt the Broken Thought Fire Soul. Immediately, he ordered the cultivators of his division to use the high-grade fire summoning talisman. However, a problem suddenly appeared. After using the high-grade fire summoning talisman, there was no effect at all. No Broken Thought Fire Soul appeared. Strange. Could it be that there's a problem with this high-grade fire summoning talisman? Otherwise, why couldn't I summon the broken thought fire soul? Ming Hai Wu was greatly surprised. He then tried to use the other high-grade fire summoning talismans and found out that all of them had problems. In the entire minor competition of the southern border, no one was foolish enough to summon the broken thought fire soul. Thus, no one had tried to summon the broken thought fire soul before. It was also because of this that no one noticed the problem with the talisman before Ning Fan decided to summon the broken thought fire soul. Ning Fan tried to use the high-grade fire summoning talisman of the Tower Wood Division and found out that there was no effect at all. However, the low-grade and mid-grade fire summoning talismans were still usable. Helplessly, Ning Fan could only give up on hunting the broken thought fire soul. Since the other tribes did not continue to summon the Dujin Void Fire Soul, he had no choice but to use all the fire summoning talismans of the Tower Wood Division first. The remaining 38 low-grade fire summoning talismans and 20 mid-grade fire summoning talismans were all used up by Ning Fan. The score of the Tower Wood Division had also exceeded 6,000. 6,000 points was still incomparable to the 9,000 points of the Tower Wood Division. As time passed, the other tribes still did not have the intention to summon the broken thought fire soul. It was as if they would rather end the combat test with this result than to summon the broken thought fire soul. It's our fault that we can't make the Tower Wood Division rank last. But no matter what, we must not let the Tower Wood Division seize the first place. Our strength is not as good as that external cultivator with the surname Ning. If we summon the broken thought fire soul, it will certainly be snatched away by him before we can kill it. In that case, it's better for us not to summon it at all. That way, the Tower Wood Division will have no hope of seizing the first place at all. At least we can consider it as us doing our part for great Emperor Lu Tuo. These were the true thoughts of countless tribes. Even the cultivators who were not lacking in intelligence could see through their thoughts. How could Ning Fan not see through them? This was a passive method to suppress the Tower Wood Division. However, it was extremely effective. After all, if those tribes do not summon the broken thought fire soul on their own, Ning Fan would not be able to snatch it even if he wanted to. He would not be able to increase his score any further. If it really doesn't work, I'll just use an illusion technique on the cultivators of those tribes and force them to summon the broken thought fire soul on their own. Just as Ning Fan was muttering to himself, the grassland suddenly trembled irregularly. Sometimes it was light and sometimes it was heavy. The tremors were extremely irregular. As the tremors occurred, strange changes suddenly occurred in each of the combat testing areas. In the combat testing area of the True Khan Division, a ball of dark brown flames suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Then, a dark brown broken thought fire soul walked out of the flames. It emanated a mid-thought fragmentation realm cultivation base. Immediately after that, the second, third, fourth and fifth broken thought fire soul appeared in the True Khan Division one after another. Their cultivation bases ranged from the early thought fragmentation realm to the late thought fragmentation realm. As soon as the broken thought fire soul appeared, it instantly triggered a frenzied massacre in the True Khan Division. Almost all of the 20 participating cultivators of the True Khan Division died on the spot. One should know that the True Khan Division did not even use their high-grade fire summoning talisman. The timing of the appearance of the 5 broken thought fire souls was just too strange. Not only the True Khan Division, but also the other tribes' combat testing areas also had 5 broken thought fire souls. The number of broken thought fire souls was exactly the same as the number of high-grade fire summoning talismans they had. How could a group of Du Zhen and Shikong fight against the broken thought fire souls? Moreover, each tribe's combat testing area had 5 broken thought fire souls at the same time. Therefore, the casualties were extremely heavy. Many of the participating cultivators of the tribes were slaughtered on the spot. Only a few cultivators survived. Even so, it was still extremely shocking. The most terrifying thing was that after the broken thought fire souls killed all the participants in front of them, they started to attack the crowd. Judging from their momentum, if they killed all the cultivators here, they would flee to the entire southern border and slaughter the entire southern border. With the cultivation base of the cultivators in the southern border grassland, it was impossible for them to stop this massacre. After all, there were 175 broken thought fire souls. Even if the immortal venerables were here, facing so many broken thought fire souls would make their scalp numb and they would have to be careful. Suddenly, a sneer with the aura of broken thought fire souls entered the ears of every cultivator here. It seemed to have come from the underground of the grassland. Jie Jie Jie, Chu Lai, Duolan, the ominous realm didn't kill you because of Sky Flame's incompetence. However, I, Shi Yan, am not an incompetent person. This time, you won't be able to escape from our hands. The Triflame guards who ambushed Duolan had actually chased him all the way here. How did they get out of the ominous realm and step into the bay? Chapter 1010. That sneer seemed to have come from the deepest part of the ground. Then, it was drowned out by the chaotic noises of the grassland. Countless cultivators of the southern border were furious. Without a doubt, the Triflame guards had invaded the grassland again. The invaders must have tampered with the fire-summoning talisman in advance, causing countless flame souls of broken thoughts to go berserk. This was not unprecedented. Thousands of years ago, the celestial water grassland also experienced a fire soul riot. The last time it happened was 70,000 years ago. Even further back in history, there were many similar occurrences. For the Dabei tribe, every fire soul riot meant a catastrophe. The cultivators in the area were fleeing in all directions while spreading their spirit sense into the ground. Unfortunately, most of them had limited spirit sense. After reaching a certain depth, they would be blocked by the thick earth chi. It was difficult for them to go deeper. There were also some experts who relied on their powerful spirit sense to force their way into the ground. However, when they saw what was underground, they were all attacked. Their sea of consciousness was severely damaged and they coughed out blood in embarrassment. It's really the stone flame invasion. Moreover, the intruder actually brought a stone dragon with him. It's highly possible that a stone flame devil son has come to this place. In that case, the volcano divine ability that suppressed the external cultivator with the surname Ning was really the work of the stone flame scoundrel. However, we have also checked the ground just now. We didn't find anyone hiding here. Don't send your spirit sense into the ground. The stone dragons of the stone flame lineage eat spirit sense. Even immortal venerables have to be careful when dealing with them. Ordinary Triflame guards won't be able to leave the territory of the ominous domain. The intruder is definitely not an ordinary person. We must report this to the Holy Mountain as soon as possible. However, even if they report this matter to the Holy Mountain, they would still have to wait for a long time before the experts of the Holy Mountain would arrive. During this period of time, there would definitely be countless casualties in the grassland. The exclamations of a few people were quickly suppressed by the blood-curdling screams from all directions. As the flame souls of broken thought spread out and began their massacre, more and more people died in the hands of the flame souls of broken thoughts. The entire grassland was filled with flames and corpses. Ning Fan's brows were tightly knitted together. This sudden change had also surprised him. Relying on his powerful spirit sense, Ning Fan peeked into the depths of the ground. It was completely dark in the depths of the ground. He could not see anything clearly. Besides, there was also a bone-corroding coldness that was like the netherworld corroding one's spirit sense, making it impossible for cultivators to maintain their spirit sense underground for a long period of time. With Ning Fan's perception, he could vaguely sense that there was an incomparably gigantic and mysterious creature entrenched in the depths of that place. Its body could stretch for hundreds of li. Besides, there seemed to be a force around its body that seemed to be able to fuse with the land of this place, giving off an unusually heavy and oppressive feeling. The only unfortunate thing was that it was too dark underground, causing Ning Fan to be unable to see the appearance of this gigantic creature clearly. That gigantic creature's perception towards spirit sense was especially sharp. Even though Ning Fan's rain technique was concealed, it was still alerted. Even though it could not pinpoint the exact location of Ning Fan's spirit sense, the gigantic creature still instinctively used its abilities to attack its surroundings indiscriminately. All of a sudden, Ning Fan felt a scorching chi rushing towards his spirit sense. Then, he felt an excruciating pain as if his sea of consciousness was being burned. All of a sudden, the trace of spirit sense that he had sent into the ground was destroyed by the gigantic creature using an unknown method. The process was too fast that Ning Fan did not even have the time to withdraw his spirit sense. Fortunately, Ning Fan was very careful in his actions. The amount of spirit sense that he sent into the ground was very little. Thus, he suffered almost no damage. Compared to those cultivators of the southern border who were severely injured and coughed out blood, he was considered to be extremely lucky. Ning Fan's expression was extremely solemn. The gigantic creature that was hiding underground was no trivial matter. It actually gave him a trace of pressure. It was far stronger than the flame souls of broken thoughts that were wreaking havoc everywhere on the grassland. It was probably at least as strong as an ancient immortal venerable or even stronger. That gigantic creature was obviously extremely strong. But why did it hide underground instead of above the grassland? Was it because it couldn't show itself? Was it unwilling to show itself? Or was there something else? From the exclamations of some of the cultivators of the southern border, they seemed to have mentioned something like 100-li stone dragon. Could it be that they were referring to the gigantic creature that was entrenched underground? There seemed to be a lot of cultivators hiding inside the gigantic creature. There were no less than 100 of them. Could these hidden cultivators be the stone flame cultivators of the 3 flame guards? Oh. Is it an external immortal venerable? According to the report of some void flame guards, they had seen an external immortal venerable in the ominous domain when they were searching for Duo Lan. Could it be this person? I wonder if the failure of the void flame guards is related to this person. However, this person's cultivation base is limited. If I don't destroy the punishment ring, it won't be worth mentioning at all. Even if I destroy the punishment ring and restore my full cultivation base, there's nothing to worry about. After all, I've brought 100-li stone dragon with me this time. If an ancient immortal venerable comes, I'll kill him without hesitation. In the depths of the ground, there was a cultivator with a sturdy figure standing in the mouth of the gigantic creature. He spoke with slight disdain. His facial features were well defined, giving people a sense of determination. However, the only thing that didn't match his determined appearance was his messy white hair that resembled withered grass and his unhealthily pale complexion. Ning Fan, on the other hand, could not hear what this person said as his spirit sense had been destroyed. Behind this person, there were hundreds of human figures that were burning with flames. Ning Fan no longer peeked into the ground. After all, that gigantic creature seemed to be very good at attacking spirit sense. It was extremely unwise to probe it rashly as it would only cause unnecessary damage. Besides, compared to the gigantic creature that was hiding underground, the fire souls of broken sense that were wreaking havoc on the grassland also needed to be dealt with. "Senior, save me!" Duo Lan screamed. She ignored the rules of the combat test and directly rushed into the Tamu combat test area, trying to seek Ning Fan's protection. In other words, the rules of the combat test were already useless in such a chaotic situation. Even if she trespassed the combat test area without permission, no one would stop her. Duo Lan hid behind Ning Fan with a pale face. She did not expect that she would be chased all the way to the grassland of the southern border by the 3 flame guards. Moreover, in order to hunt her down, these stone flame guards directly triggered a fire soul insurrection. How extravagant! The reason why these people chased her all the way to this place could no longer be explained with a simple scheme. Could it be that the secret that she had painstakingly kept was known by some powerful old monsters? That's why they would go through so much trouble just to scheme against a princess who had fallen from grace. There were a total of 4 fire souls of broken sense that were chasing after Duo Lan. All of them were only at the early thought fragmentation realm. With Duo Lan's cultivation base and her body that had yet to fully recover, she was naturally far from being able to resist them. The 4 fire souls did not have high intelligence, but they had the instincts of wild beasts. They could vaguely sense the dangerous qi on Ning Fan's body. For a moment, they did not dare to get too close to him. One of the fire souls of broken sense suddenly took a step forward and said to Ning Fan in an unfamiliar language, "Hand over this woman. We will spare your life. Otherwise, we will kill you." Duo Lan gripped Ning Fan's sleeves tightly. She was afraid that Ning Fan would be afraid of the danger in front of him and abandon her. After all, there was a precedent of Ning Fan not saving her when she was in danger. In fact, Ning Fan was really not concerned about Duo Lan's life or death. However, he did not mind saving Duo Lan along the way. It was not out of kindness. He just wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill more fire souls of broken sense. Naturally, he would not care about the threat of the few fire souls. Since that giant creature is not going to show itself, I don't need to care about it for now. Now that the combat examination has yet to end, a large number of fragmented fire souls have appeared in the midst of chaos. If I am not wrong, these fire souls that have suddenly appeared are the ones that the high-grade fire summoning talisman could not summon. I wonder if killing these fire souls will be counted into the score of the combat test. If that's true, I can take advantage of this chaos to get the first place in the combat test. The southern border was in chaos. Everyone else was thinking about how to escape with their lives, but Ning Fan was still thinking about winning the first place in the minor competition. Seeing that the 4 fire souls of broken sense did not dare to come closer to him, Ning Fan left Duo Lan behind and took the initiative to dash forward. He directly went towards the 4 fire souls of broken sense that were chasing after Duo Lan. When the 4 fire souls of broken sense saw that Ning Fan actually dared to approach them, all of them were enraged. Immediately, they displayed their abilities and attacked Ning Fan with fire elemental abilities. Ning Fan, of course, was not afraid of them. At the moment when they crossed paths, he had already used his devil flame to exchange a blow with each of the 4 fire souls of broken sense. However, the result was that he and the 4 fire souls were evenly matched. They could not determine the winner in terms of flames. "What a high fire resistance," Ning Fan exclaimed softly. The fire resistance of the 4 fire souls was too high. In that case, even if his devil flame was powerful and had reached the level of the 12 darkness true fire, it would not be a good idea to fight fire with fire. The damage it could cause was negligible. With the strength of Senior's devil flame, it actually can't do anything to these fire souls of broken sense. No, these fire souls have been enhanced by the soul fusion technique. That's why their fire resistance is so strong. Duo Lan suddenly realized something and exclaimed. As soon as she uttered those words, Ning Fan noticed that the 4 flame souls of broken thoughts had an extremely obscure medicine soul power that could greatly increase their fire resistance. He immediately understood what was going on. So that's how it is. Someone has used the soul fusion technique to greatly increase the fire resistance of these earth fire souls. According to Ning Fan's understanding, the people of Dabii were born with medicine souls. Their understanding and utilization of medicine souls were not something that a 4 heavens pill refinement master could compare with. Not only were there many medicine soul skills that were hard to find in the outside world, but there was also an extremely special secret technique in Dabii called the soul fusion technique. It was an original creation of the cultivators of Dabii. One could use the power of one's own medicine soul to enhance the soul power of others through a specific method. The cultivators who were enhanced by the soul power would have all kinds of additional effects on their bodies. Some of them were enhancements such as the increase of their cultivation base, resistance to the 5 elements and speed. Some of them were damage reduction such as sluggishness, poison, accelerated consumption of magic power, dizziness. The specific effects were closely related to the characteristics of the cultivator's medicine soul. Ning Fan had fought against the 3 flame guards before. The soul fusion technique that the 3 flame guards used belonged to the enhancement type. Its effect was to combine everyone's soul power and temporarily increase the cultivation base of a single cultivator. The soul fusion technique that the young clan leader of the evil goat tribe, Xian Yuchen, was good at was a little heaven-defying. It was said that he could inflict tens of negative effects on a group of enemy cultivators. It belonged to the damage reduction type technique. Besides, it was one of a kind among the damage reduction type soul fusion techniques. That was why it was feared by the cultivators of the southern border. As for the fire resistance of these fire souls of broken sense, there was no doubt that someone had enhanced them with the enhancement type soul fusion technique. In that case, even if Ning Fan's devil flame was strong, it would be difficult for him to defeat these fire souls of broken sense with his devil flame alone. That's all there is to it. The 4 fire souls looked at Ning Fan with disdain and killing intent. Seeing that the devil flame was not going to work, Ning Fan did not force it. He immediately kept the devil flame and with a flip of his hand, took out a tender pine seedling that was about a foot tall. He held it up to the sky. Immediately, the pine seedling grew in the sky and turned into a gigantic pine. The pine needles on it were all flying swords. There were countless of them. They were the 4 emperors' Arhat pines. Among the many magic treasures that he had, this pine tree was not the strongest. However, it was enough to deal with the current situation. Wood element magic treasure. The 4 fire souls did not put the 4 emperors' Arhat pines in their eyes at all. Wood gives birth to fire. Since they had the upper hand in this aspect, why would they be afraid of this magic treasure? However, the sudden change in the situation made the eyes of the 4 fire souls filled with human-like fear. Ning Fan made a hand seal and 30 million sword rays immediately flew out from the gigantic pine tree. The vast number of flying swords was like a vast ocean, almost covering the entire sky. Many cultivators of the southern border who saw this scene with their own eyes sucked in a cold breath. Flying swords blotting the sky. Just how many flying swords does that external cultivator with the surname Ning have? He actually covered the entire sky with his flying swords. It's not just the number. Almost 1 out of 10 flying swords can be classified as an immortal sword. There are actually so many acquired immortal swords among them. Duo Lan was the closest to Ning Fan. Thus, he could see it more clearly. Among the sea of swords that covered the sky, there were 9 rays of sword light that were the sharpest. They were 912 Nirvana immortal swords. Senior Ning is really generous. Duo Lan was so surprised that he could not close his mouth. Even among the immortal venerables and immortal kings of the sacred mountain, there were not many who had so many 12 Nirvana magic treasures. Could it be that all the immortal venerables of the external cultivators have so many treasures? For a battle between immortal venerables, a single 12 Nirvana magic treasure was enough to affect the outcome of the battle. For a battle between thought fragmentation realm experts, it was almost impossible for those who possessed 12 Nirvana magic treasures to lose. In terms of cultivation base, the 4 early thought fragmentation realm fire souls were not even as strong as Ning Fan's single ancient devil. In terms of magic treasures, they were even more incomparable. There was no doubt about the outcome of this battle. As Ning Fan made a hand seal, countless rays of sword light fell from the sky, killing the 4 fire souls in the sea of swords. The entire process did not take more than 10 breaths. Ning Fan looked at his Dominion card. After killing the 4 thought fragmentation fire souls, his score in the combat test had indeed increased by 4,000 points. At the same time, he also obtained 4 thought fragmentation fire crystals. Unfortunately, it was still not enough. In order to become the first in the southern border, he needed more points. Follow me closely. Ning Fan's face was expressionless, as if killing the 4 thought fragmentation fire souls was just a trivial matter. With a flash, he flew towards the members of the Towerwood clan. Moving together with him was the ocean of 30 million swords that blotted out the sky. At such a chaotic moment, how would Duo Lan dare to leave Ning Fan's side? Naturally, she would follow him wherever he went. At this moment, the rampaging thought fragmentation fire souls had already spread across the southern border. Wherever they went, the grassland was covered in a sea of flames. More killings were taking place continuously. The cultivators of the Towerwood clan were also targeted by a thought fragmentation fire soul. Their clansmen scattered in all directions, but there were still 6 to 7 of them who died in the hands of the fire soul. The clan leader, Tagori, watched as his clansmen died one after another. His heart was filled with sorrow as if it was dripping blood. The members of the Towerwood clan here were all participants of the minor competition. They were the elites of the clan. The death of any one of them was an irreparable loss for the Towerwood clan. To the Towerwood clan, which did not have a large number of experts in the first place, it was an even greater blow. Tagori hated himself for not having enough cultivation base. He hated himself for not being able to kill these fire souls. He hated himself for not being able to protect his clansmen. He hated himself for not being able to tear the mastermind behind the riot of the fire souls into 1,000 pieces. However, the sad thing was that even he himself was targeted by the thought fragmentation fire soul. I will die. When the thought fragmentation fire soul pounced on him, that was the only thought left in Tagori's mind. His face was filled with despair and unwillingness. He let out a loud roar and his eyes turned blood red. Just as he was about to detonate his primordial spirit to fight against the thought fragmentation fire soul, a gentle force suddenly stopped his primordial spirit from burning. Then, sword light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth fell from the sky, easily slashing the thought fragmentation fire soul that was brimming with killing intent just a moment ago into minced meat. Tagori suddenly raised his head. He was not the only one. All of the Tamu people who were fleeing stopped in their tracks and raised their heads. They saw the figure who was standing in the sky and killing the thought fragmentation fire soul like slaughtering dogs. Thank you for saving us, Senior. The sorrowful expression on Tagori and the others' faces gradually faded. It was replaced by gratitude, fanaticism and crazy worship towards Ning Fan. This was a person who could turn the tide in a desperate situation. If it wasn't for him, none of the participants of the Tamu clan would have survived. This person was the benefactor of the Tamu clan. It's 10,000 points. Ning Fan merely nodded his head indifferently in response to everyone's gratitude. He glanced at the dominoes and said to Tagori and the others calmly, "Follow me closely." As soon as he finished speaking, he flew towards another direction. Tagori and the others did not dare to be negligent. They immediately followed Duo Lan and hid behind Ning Fan. Following Ning Fan, they ran all over the grassland. Due to the crazy killing efficiency of the thought fragmentation fire soul, there were not many living beings left on the grassland. Ning Fan was the only one who was still running around recklessly, treating the surrounding fire souls as if they were nothing. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. Ning Fan's points kept rising as he killed the thought fragmentation fire soul. This score was already enough for him to take the first place in the combat test. However, he still continued to kill the thought fragmentation fire soul along the way and flew towards the evil goat tribe. At this moment, all the surviving cultivators who had some strength had gathered together. The surviving cultivators of the evil goat tribe were also among them. The sacred envoy corpse devil who was in charge of the minor competition of the southern border was also here. He had become the leader of the group. He gathered most of the surviving experts together to fight against the thought fragmentation fire soul. He did not plan to kill them all. He just wanted to stall for time and reduce the number of casualties until the reinforcements from the sacred mountain arrived. As for whether the thought fragmentation fire soul would scatter across the entire grassland of the southern border, it was not something that the sacred envoy corpse devil could stop. With his cultivation base at the early thought fragmentation realm, the role that he could play in this chaotic situation was very limited. Fortunately, the minor competition was held in the Wind Summoning Division. At the critical moment, the Wind Summoning Division directly summoned the guardian corpse devil of their tribe. Surprisingly, it was also an early thought fragmentation realm corpse devil. As a result, the cultivators of the southern border had 2 thought fragmentation realm experts guarding them. Unfortunately, both of them were only at the early thought fragmentation realm. Such strength was enough for the surviving cultivators to stay alive for a short period of time. However, as time passed, trouble would come. Sensing that the experts in this place had gathered together, more and more thought fragmentation fire souls began to surround them. 5, 6, 7, 11. At this moment, 11 thought fragmentation fire souls including 4 mid-thought fragmentation fire souls were attacking the group of people led by the sacred envoy corpse devil. The Wind Summoning Division, the Evil Goat Tribe and the other tribes tried their best, but they could only cooperate with the sacred envoy corpse devil to form a grand formation. They were barely able to protect themselves under the attacks of the fire souls. However, as the number of fire souls continued to increase, the formation that the sacred envoy corpse devil had set up was constantly being breached. The situation had become precarious. Once the formation was broken, the fire souls outside would be able to rush in. No one knew how many survivors would be torn to pieces by the fire souls. Inside the grand formation, Nanjilong of the Wind Summoning Division's face was ashen. He no longer had the arrogant attitude he had before. If the formation was broken, they would have to face the siege of 11 thought fragmentation fire souls. Even though he was a void-abandoning expert, he was not confident that he could stay alive. The White Ghost Sorcerer of the White Ghost Tribe closed his eyes in despair. He could no longer suppress Tamu. If he lost his life, what was the point of pleasing Great Emperor Lu Tuo? Once the formation was broken, he would most likely die. Those were 11 thought fragmentation fire souls. The experts of the Black Mountain Tribe and Yannan Tribe were covered in dust. They were panicking like stray dogs. Their usual superior attitude was nowhere to be seen. On the contrary, Xianyu Chun was unusually calm. He was not afraid of anyone, especially the people of the Stone Flame Tribe. Once the chaos started, Xianyu Chun was protected by his father and brought to the corpse demon Saint Envoy. Although his life was hanging by a thread, he still calmly performed the soul fusion secret technique and combined everyone's soul power to attack the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls outside the grand formation. One had to admit that Xianyu Chun's talent in the soul fusion technique was indeed the best in the southern border. He was only at the life immortal realm, but after borrowing everyone's soul power, he forcibly added a damage-reducing soul fusion technique to the 11 fire souls outside the grand formation. Cultivation decreased by 5%, speed decreased by 5%, illusion interference once every 10 breaths, dizziness in the sea of consciousness once every 10 breaths. Fire attack weakened by 5%, magic power consumption increased by 5%, he actually added dozens of damage-reducing soul fusion techniques to the fire souls. Xianyu Chun was indeed a genius in the soul fusion technique. Ordinary people would rarely be able to add more than 10 damage-reducing effects. However, he was able to add dozens of damage-reducing effects at the same time. That was why the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls were greatly weakened. If not for that, the grand formation would not have been able to last until now. It could be said that the reason why the cultivators inside the grand formation could live for so long was because of Xianyu Chun. Unfortunately, no matter how talented Xianyu Chun was, his cultivation was still too weak. It was impossible for him to completely suppress the 11 thought fragmentation fire souls by himself. Even with the help of many old monsters, he could only slightly weaken the thought fragmentation fire souls. It was impossible for him to greatly restrict them. Bang! Suddenly, a thought fragmentation fire soul knocked open a gap in the weak spot of the grand formation. One by one, the thought fragmentation fire souls entered the grand formation through the gap. The cultivators inside the grand formation were all shocked. In just a single exchange, more than 10 people were killed by the thought fragmentation fire souls that rushed in. The corpse demon Saint Envoy was caught off guard and suffered serious injuries. He brought the Wind Summoning Division's corpse demon guardian and struggled to hold on. However, he could only block a few of the thought fragmentation fire souls. The rest of the thought fragmentation fire souls were slaughtering wantonly inside the grand formation. In the distance, more fire souls were still approaching. More and more fire souls surrounded the corpse demon Saint Envoy. As time passed, the Wind Summoning Division's corpse demon guardian was killed by a few fire souls. The corpse demon Saint Envoy finally had the intention to retreat. The fire souls are going berserk. We can't stop them anymore. I'm afraid the Saint Mountain's reinforcements won't be able to make it in time. Do we have to give up on these southern border cultivators? The corpse demon Saint Envoy's eyes turned ruthless. He suddenly rushed out of the grand formation, leaving everyone behind and escaping alone. As soon as he left, there were no more thought fragmentation fire souls. They were even more powerless to resist. Some of the agitated cultivators cursed loudly. They were angry that the corpse demon Saint Envoy ran away. However, after a few breaths, a scream came from afar. It was the voice of the corpse demon Saint Envoy. The corpse demon Saint Envoy was intercepted by a half-step 10,000 ancient realm fire soul on his way. After a few rounds, his head was twisted off. No one can escape. The half-step 10,000 ancient realm fire soul said in a hoarse voice. He turned his hand and a flame shot out, burning the corpse demon Saint Envoy's body into ashes. The crowd was shocked. Even an early thought fragmentation realm corpse demon Saint Envoy couldn't escape. Those with weaker cultivation had no hope of escaping. Father, you go first. I'll cover you. Go now. The fire souls were wreaking havoc everywhere. Xianyu Chun's eyes were filled with madness. When he saw a thought fragmentation fire soul pouncing towards his father, he immediately stood in front of his father. No one knew what kind of divine ability he used, but his body suddenly turned into stone. He used his body to block the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul. After the attack, Xianyu Chun vomited blood and retreated. His face was extremely pale, and his cultivation seemed to have dropped. The Xiayang tribe's chief was shocked. He didn't expect his son to block the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul with his life. He also didn't expect that his silly son would stand in front of him at the moment of life and death. Roar! The fire soul that was blocked by Xianyu Chun was enraged after its attack failed. It pounced at him again. Xianyu Chun didn't even have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He stood in front of his father again. The expected pain did not come. A white-robed figure suddenly descended from the sky and stood in front of Xianyu Chun. With a casual attack, he neutralized the attack of the thought fragmentation fire soul. Then, he pointed his finger and made a sword art. Countless sword lights fell from the sky and easily killed the fire soul. He obtained another piece of fire crystal. Master. Xianyu Chun's eyes were filled with gratitude. Was he saved by the master he respected the most? Ning Fan ignored Xianyu Chun's cries. He began to massacre the fire soul on his own, causing fear in the thought fragmentation fire souls. His eyes flashed with a hint of enlightenment. When Xianyu Chun stood in front of his father, Ning Fan once again felt the arrival of the heart tribulation. It was not just a flash. Instead, it felt like it was really coming. It was the heart tribulation that led to the mid-shedding void realm. My first heart tribulation was born because of a promise. Even though the second heart tribulation is not clear yet, I can still feel some clues. Unfortunately, now is not the time to break through. Ning Fan suppressed the sudden heart tribulation and continued to kill the fire souls. Inside the body of the gigantic creature, the white-haired muscular man frowned and ordered the people behind him. The one hiding behind this man is Chu Lai and Duo Lan. You guys go and search this woman's soul and memory. You must get what we need and then kill her. If this external cultivator tries to stop you, kill him as well. He has quite a number of 12 Nirvana immortal swords. Be careful. Yes. The hundreds of figures behind the white-haired muscular man disappeared one after another. At the same time, on the grassland, the figures of cultivators who were wrapped in flames suddenly appeared around Ning Fan. The cultivation base of these people was not high. Most of them were just at the early truth realm or mid-truth realm. Only a few of them had attained the void-shedding cultivation realm. However, when they formed a formation, their aura force was not any weaker than the weaker 10,000 ancient immortal venerables. It was simply unimaginable. What was even stranger was that as soon as these people appeared, the fire souls who had low spiritual intelligence and killed indiscriminately suddenly rushed towards Ning Fan's location as if they were being controlled. Senior, be careful. These people are the Stone Flame Clan's soul warriors. Their cultivation bases might not be strong, but any one of their medicine souls is strong enough to fight the thought fragmentation fire soul. If these people's souls merge together, it will be even more terrifying. You can't judge a battle soul master's strength by their cultivation. What they cultivate is not their cultivation, but their soul. Chapter 10-11. As soon as Ning Fan heard that there were more than 100 soul warriors in front of him and all of them were soul cultivators, he immediately stopped underestimating them. In the cultivation world, cultivating one's primordial spirit was regarded as the orthodox way. Body refinement was considered as an unorthodox method while soul cultivation was completely different. The reason why the demon race was regarded as a different race was because they cultivated their soul. However, these people in front of him specialized in cultivating their medicine soul. In this aspect, they were even more different than the demon race. However, he could not underestimate them just because of this, even if their cultivation bases were just at the level of Du Zhen and Shi Kong. Ning Fan could sense the immense soul power contained within the bodies of these soul warriors. Almost every one of them had attained the 9th Revolution Gold Core Realm Medicine Soul. Of course, it did not mean that all of them were Gold Core Realm Pill Refinement Masters. Even though their medicine souls were strong, they were forcefully enhanced through special methods. Thus, they had a huge flaw. They could only be used in battles to display the soul skills of their battle souls. They could not be used to concoct pills or identify spiritual herbs. Hand over Chu Lai and Duo Lan. Otherwise, die. The hundreds of soul warriors shouted at the same time. All of a sudden, the soul power of heaven and earth surged. Their aura force did not move the wind or the clouds. It was not earth-shattering, but it directly struck everyone's soul. Its power was comparable to the roar of an immortal venerable. How could Duo Lan and the surviving cultivators withstand such an aura force? All of them coughed out blood under the pressure. The difference in their strength was just too huge. Ning Fan was the only one who remained calm. He did not care about the threats from the soul warriors. He raised his hand slightly and calmly suppressed the ancient aura force. Then, he said to the people behind him. All of you hide here. I will handle everything here alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he drew a line on the ground. A golden line instantly appeared on the ground. That golden line was like a swimming snake. It moved along with Ning Fan's finger and circled around the area, forming a giant circle. All the surviving cultivators behind Ning Fan were trapped inside the circle. It might seem slow, but in reality, it only took the blink of an eye. The golden circle had taken shape. All of a sudden, it caused the great momentum of heaven and earth to change. It resonated with the heavens and drew the earth as its momentum, turning it into an earth elemental defensive grand formation. If one were to take a closer look, they would realize that the earth elemental grand formation was extremely similar to the formations in many ancient sacred domain cultivators' abodes. It was obvious that Ning Fan had imitated it after observing it for many times. Under the control of the soul warriors, the flame souls of broken thoughts wanted to charge into the golden circle and capture Duo Lan. However, they were blocked by the vast power of the array. Even with the cultivation of the flame souls of broken thoughts, they could not step into the golden circle. That greatly surprised Duo Lan. She did not expect that Ning Fan would risk a conflict with the Triflame guards to protect her. Oh. This person actually did not rely on any external objects to set up the formation. Instead, he pointed to the ground to form the formation. Furthermore, the formation that he set up is extremely powerful. From this, it seems that this person's comprehension towards the general trend has already reached a certain level. After all, in the entire great desolate continent, not every single immortal sovereign from the ancient times is able to form a formation by pointing to the ground. The white-haired robust man said solemnly. Ning Fan's action of instructing Lu Li to form the formation had also caused a lot of exclamations on the ground. However, Ning Fan turned a blind eye to those exclamations. He only ordered everyone to keep a close watch on the formation and maintain its operation. After all, this formation was not specially set up by Ning Fan. Instead, it was set up casually by Ning Fan. First of all, it lacked the support of the Tao crystals. Now, it needed the magic power of the group of cultivators to sustain it. Besides, although the process of setting up the formation seemed heaven-defying, there were actually a lot of flaws. The difficulty of setting up the formation was also extremely high, and the power of the formation would be greatly reduced. If it wasn't for the fact that Ning Fan had grasped the secret of the word force, he would certainly not be able to do it with his current cultivation base. If he wasn't pressed for time, he wouldn't have used such an unconventional method. When those soul warriors saw that Ning Fan not only refused to hand her over but also set up a grand formation to protect Duo Lan, each of their faces turned gloomy and their killing intent surged. If you don't hand him over, then I'll kill you as well. Soul art, movement like seal. Hundreds of battle soul masters cast their techniques at the same time. Instantly, a shackling soul power was sealed on Ning Fan's body. Ning Fan's expression changed slightly. He felt as if his feet were filled with lead as he was sealed by everyone's soul power. He could not even move an inch. This was also because his cultivation was limited, which was why he couldn't move. However, according to his estimations, even if his cultivation was still there, with his strength that was comparable to the immortal Exalt's, his speed would still be greatly affected by this powerful soul power. Soul art, sealed thoughts. The spirit sense of Ning Fan's rain technique, which had always been successful, was actually sealed, making it hard for him to spread it out of his sea of consciousness. Soul art, extinguish fire. The 12 darkness devil flame in his body actually showed signs of extinguishing. Soul art, extreme darkness. The scenery in front of him became darker and darker. Gradually, he lost his sight. Everything happened in an instant. As the hundreds of battle soul masters cast their techniques at the same time, Ning Fan's body was inflicted with nearly 100 negative effects. Before he could even exchange blows with these battle soul masters, he had already lost his ability to move. His spirit sense and the circulation of his magic power were unprecedentedly stagnant. His resistance to the 5 elements was greatly weakened. Every few breaths, he would be attacked by an illusion technique. It was definitely Ning Fan's first time experiencing such a strange battle ever since he started cultivating the Tao. As soon as they exchanged blows, he was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Moreover, there were hundreds of soul skills of the battle's soul masters that carried great destructive power blasting towards Ning Fan. Ning Fan could not see the enemies in all directions. His vision had already been sealed and he could not hear any sound. However, the constant chills that came from his back reminded him that after the enemies inflicted the negative effects on him, they started to attack him. If he stood still and did not move, he would only become a target and be killed by this group of enemies who did not have a strong cultivation base but had extremely strong soul power. Ning Fan secretly activated the God exterminating shield in his body and turned the golden light around his body to the maximum. Even though he could not move, under the protection of the golden light, he was like a big tree in the wind. Even though he did not move, he was not harmed at all. What kind of golden light is this? Such a defense. Is it possible for a restricted immortal venerable to display? The white-haired muscular man who was underground frowned. The soul skills of the battle's soul masters were at least as powerful as the thought-breaking strike. Under the joint attack of 100 of them, even immortal venerables in the ancient times would not dare to take it head-on. However, Ning Fan remained invincible with just the golden light around his body despite being inflicted with various negative effects. This caused the group of battle's soul masters to be astonished. Ning Fan also realized that after activating the golden light, not only did he defend himself from the attacks of the enemies, but the negative effects that were inflicted on him also lost their effects bit by bit. His line of sight gradually returned. His divine consciousness gradually returned to normal. His footsteps no longer felt heavy. All the reduced attributes were restored. So that was how it was. Ning Fan had found a way to defend against the soul fusion technique. The prerequisite for the soul fusion technique to harm others was that one had to attach their own soul power to the other person. If the other person's soul power was strong enough, it would be enough to directly erase some of the harmful effects on the body. If the other party had a special defensive method, it would be enough to isolate the negative soul power on their body. Ning Fan's medicine soul was not strong enough. Fortunately, he had the God exterminating shield, which was a heaven-opening divine tool. It was not difficult for him to defend against the soul fusion technique of a group of thought fragmentation realm experts. However, this meant that he had to constantly activate his golden light protection when facing these battle soul masters. He couldn't afford to be careless for even a moment. Duo Lan and the others were protected by the grand formation that he had set up. As long as they worked hard to maintain the formation, their lives would not be in danger for the time being. As for the other cultivators who were in trouble on the grassland, Ning Fan was too lazy to save them. After activating the protective golden light around his body, he directly rushed towards the 100 or so soul warriors. Since he had suffered some minor losses just now, he naturally wanted to get back at them. There was a reason why these battle soul masters were in formation and did not dare to split up. With Ning Fan's intelligence, he could easily see through the crux of the matter. Even though these people had strong soul power, they were just a group of Duzhen and Shikong Shi at the end of the day. Theoretically, each of them could display a powerful soul skill that was comparable to the thought fragmentation strike. Their offensive power was impeccable and they were strong enough to deter immortal venerables from the ancient times. However, their defensive power was not high and their speed was not fast either. If they are alone, it would be extremely difficult for them to protect themselves. That was why they gathered in a group. If their enemies get close to them, they would also be in danger. Any random Shikong Shi technique would be enough to take away one of their lives. That was why these people would keep a distance from each other and cautiously avoid getting close to their enemies. At this moment, when they saw Ning Fan rushing towards them from the front, all the battle's soul masters were shocked. Each of them used their soul skills to block him. However, how could they stop Ning Fan who was protected by the golden light? Ning Fan's ancient devil physical body was already extremely strong in the first place. Now that he had the protection of the golden light, he did not even bother to dodge the incoming divine abilities. Instead, he directly rushed towards them in a barbaric manner. He used his strength to break through the divine abilities that were flying towards him and broke through the formation of the Battle Soul Masters with ease. With a wave of his devil palm, a Battle Soul Master was directly slapped to death. With a point of his devil finger, another Battle Soul Master was killed. Then, he controlled the ocean of 30 million swords, and the flying swords rained down like a pear-blossom rainstorm, causing another large number of Battle Soul Masters to die. Killing these Battle Soul Masters was as easy as killing Junior Du Zhen. In just less than 10 breaths of time, more than 40 Battle Soul Masters had already died in Ning Fan's hands. The remaining Battle Soul Masters were horrified. They quickly retreated and kept shouting strange words that Ning Fan could not understand. As a result, the fire souls that were besieging the formation immediately gave up the idea of attacking the formation. Instead, they surrounded Ning Fan to kill him. Why would Ning Fan be afraid of these flame souls of broken thoughts? When the 30 million flying swords swept across the area, many early and mid-stage thought fragmentation realm fire souls lost their lives. Even those half-step eternal ancient realm fire souls had to retreat slightly instinctively when they saw the scariness of the ocean of 30 million swords. They did not dare to rush into it head-on. Once they are caught in it, even if they did not die, they would at least suffer some injuries. In terms of defense, Ning Fan's magic power was abundant. He was almost innately invincible. He even managed to block the immortal King Realm Fire Bird that day. Why would he be afraid of these Battle Soul Masters and Fire Souls who were comparable to the Flame Souls of broken thoughts? In terms of offense, Ning Fan's 30 million flying swords were almost an invincible method to these flame souls. Even if it is used in a battle between immortal venerables, it was enough to make many immortal venerables tremble in fear. The white-haired muscular man who was underground could no longer sit still. It was fine if it was just the fire souls, but these Battle Soul Masters were the elites among his subordinates. Judging from the current situation, as time goes by, most of them would be wiped out by Ning Fan. This was something he could not tolerate. I initially thought that this operation would be a surefire success. I didn't expect this person to be a hindrance. 100 Lili Stone Dragon, devour this person. The white-haired muscular man said viciously. What responded to the white-haired muscular man was an ancient beast's roar which sounded like both an ox and an elephant. Then, a massive creature rose continuously from the ground. A moment ago, it was still in the absolute darkness underground. In the next moment, it rushed to the surface of the ground and a massive head suddenly emerged from the ground. It was a head as large as a small city. It looked very similar to a pangolin. However, it was different from an ordinary pangolin. Its scales were greenish-gray in color and there was a pair of strange sharp horns on its head. There was a huge nose ring on its nose and its eyes could not be opened. It seemed to be a degeneration caused by living underground for a long time. Not good. It's 100 Lili Stone Dragon. Many cultivators who were lucky enough to survive exclaimed. However, before their exclamations could spread, they felt the sky turning dark and the earth turning dark. It turned out that even the ground had been devoured by the gigantic creature. With just a single bite, the gigantic creature had devoured the grassland within a radius of several tens of li, leaving a deep pit that was tens of thousands of zhang wide and tens of li wide. Then, it timidly drilled back into the ground. Be it Ning Fan, the group of Battle Soul cultivators, the countless fire souls, or even the cultivators who were hiding in the formation like Duo Lan, all of them were devoured. Even the 30 million flying swords that filled the sky and the 4 emperors Arhat Pine at the center of the Sea of Swords were completely devoured. Ning Fan's expression was a little shocked. It was not that he did not sense the gigantic creature rising from the ground. However, before he could react, he was already swallowed into the creature's stomach. He had to admit that the speed at which the creature moved from the ground to the surface was unimaginably fast. It was completely incongruous with its gigantic body size. Therefore, Ning Fan did not have the time to defend against it. It's over. We're dead for sure. The body of a 100-li stone dragon is extremely tough. Even an immortal king would find it hard to break out of its stomach and escape after being swallowed. They can only be trapped inside until they die. Only those with the status of Devil's Son or above can possess a 100-li stone dragon of the stone flame lineage. There must be a Devil's Son of the stone flame lineage hidden inside this stone dragon's stomach. This stone dragon came for Holy Maiden Chu Lai. Now that it has succeeded, it must be returning to the stone flame lineage. With the speed of this stone dragon, it will certainly return to the stone flame lineage in less than 3 days. Are we going to be captured and brought back to the stone flame lineage? If it's just capturing it alive, it might not necessarily be a bad thing. At least, we still have the possibility of defecting to the stone flame lineage and keeping our lives. I'm just afraid that the Devil's Son will look down on us and directly kill us on our way back. Some of the cultivators of the southern border saw that the situation was hopeless and they even had the thought of defecting to the stone flame lineage. 3 flame guards were not allowed to enter and leave the ominous domain freely. It was a rule set by the saint before his death. However, there were 2 types of 3 flame guards that could enter and leave the ominous domain freely. The first type was the minority of cultivators who had passed the Flame Ancestors trial, and had the possibility to enter and leave the ominous domain freely. The other type was not the bloodline of the 3 flame guards but the cultivators of the Great Bay Grassland. However, they had betrayed the Great Bay Grassland and joined the Tri-Flames. These people were naturally not restricted by the rules of the ominous domain and could enter and leave the ominous domain freely. There was no lack of conflicts and killings between the 3 flame guards and the Great Bay Grassland. Cultivators of the Great Bay Grassland would often be captured alive by the 3 flame lineage. Among those who were captured alive, some of the more talented cultivators would be recruited by the 3 flame lineage. As long as they betrayed the 3 flame lineage, they would be able to keep their lives. However, one needed to be qualified to betray the 3 flame lineage. At least among the cultivators here, there were only a few who had the qualifications to be recruited by the 3 flame lineage. I can't believe that I would be captured by the stone flame for the second time in my life. Xian Yu Chun closed his eyes unwillingly. He would rather die than betray the Tri-Flames because there was a blood feud between him and the Tri-Flames. His mother had died in the hands of the Tri-Flames. I can't escape anymore. Duo Lan's face turned pale. She knew that if the other party came for that secret, she would still be killed even if she confesses everything. After all, this matter was of great importance. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Where did those Fire Soul Realm and Battle Soul Realm cultivators go? The 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines are also gone. Ning Fan did not care about the various expressions of the crowd. Instead, he frowned and observed his surroundings. They were inside the stomach of the 100-li stone dragon. With its gigantic body, its interior was naturally extremely spacious. Ning Fan and the others were swallowed together with the Battle Soul Realm cultivators. However, other than them, no one else could see where the Battle Soul Realm cultivators were. It seemed like there was a difference in how the 100-li stone dragon swallowed people. Perhaps when it swallowed those people, it directly teleported them to another place. This also explained why the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines had disappeared. Perhaps his 30 million flying swords and the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines had been forcefully taken away by someone the moment they were swallowed into the stomach of the stone dragon. The 100-li stone dragon had a great restraining effect on spirit sense. In its stomach, Ning Fan actually could not spread out his spirit sense freely. Once he does so, his spirit sense would spontaneously combust without any fire and be burnt to ashes. In that case, Ning Fan could no longer search the world inside the stone dragon's stomach wantonly. All of a sudden, the sound of footsteps resounded from afar. Gradually, a group of people walked out from the darkness. The leader of the group was a white-haired muscular man. His aura force was rather strong. His cultivation base had just reached the eternal ancient immortal realm. It seemed like he had just broken through to the eternal ancient immortal venerate realm not long ago. Behind the white-haired muscular man were more than 60 battle soul realm cultivators. They were the survivors of Ning Fan's massacre. Each of them was staring at Ning Fan with eyes filled with hatred and fear. Further behind them were more than 130 thought-fragmented fire souls. Originally, there were 175 of them. Those that were not here were all killed by Ning Fan and turned into points for the combat test. These fire souls did not have high intelligence. However, when they looked at Ning Fan, their eyes were filled with instinctive fear. Ning Fan's gaze swept past the white-haired muscular man. When his gaze fell on the item in his hand, his eyes immediately turned grim. His 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine was currently being played with in the white-haired muscular man's hand without any damage. It seemed like it had been forcefully taken away by him. So it's him. The 7th Devil's son of the Stone Flame, Meng Zhen. As soon as the white-haired muscular man appeared, many cultivators of the southern border recognized him. Their faces were filled with despair. He was the Devil's son of the Stone Flame who had the cultivation base of an immortal venerate. With such a strong enemy surrounding them, they really did not have any hope of surviving while they were still trapped inside the stone dragon's stomach. Many of the cultivators of the southern border revealed expressions of fighting to the death. However, there were also some who had other thoughts. Nan Zhilong of the Wind Summoning Tribe gritted his teeth and suddenly walked out from behind Ning Fan. He knelt in front of the white-haired muscular man. There were no less than 50 people who behaved like him. Among them were the White Ghost Mage of the White Ghost Tribe and the Black Mountain Mage of the Black Mountain Tribe. Many old monsters who had suppressed the Towerwood tribe before were actually among them. Well, it wasn't surprising. Those who always thought of stepping on others to rise to power were naturally not kind people. If such people were faced with death, it was reasonable for them to turn traitor. Oh, it's Lord Meng Zhen. It's because our skills are inferior that we have fallen into Lord Meng Zhen's hands. I beg Lord Meng Zhen to let us go and allow us to join the Stone Flame clan and work for them. Ning Fan knitted his brows. He had always disliked those who begged for mercy on their knees. The white-haired muscular man who was called Meng Zhen burst into laughter. After laughing, he suddenly struck with lightning speed. In the next moment, the physical bodies of the 50-plus people including Nan Zhilong exploded. All of them died tragically. Why don't you measure your own strength first before joining the Stone Flame? Meng Zhen's eyes glanced at the corpses on the ground and said disdainfully. Among the cultivators of the southern border, some of them were aghast. Some of them grieved for the death of their own kind while some of them were secretly delighted. Those who were delighted obviously could not bear to see Nan Zhilong and the others joining the enemy. Meng Zhen's eyes swept across Ning Fan and the others. His eyes only stopped on Xian Yuchun, Nethersea Venerable Duo Lan and Xian Yuchun. Finally, his eyes fell on Ning Fan. He smiled coldly and waved the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine in his hand. It's a good magic treasure. Unfortunately, the cultivation base of the person using it has been sealed. Otherwise, even if I brought 100 Li Stone Dragon with me, I wouldn't be able to take this treasure away so easily. His eyes carried 30% fear but 70% arrogance that came from his bones. Arrogance was because he was the dignified Devil's son of the Stone Flame clan while the other party was just an external cultivator. On the other hand, fear was because of the strange golden light that protected his body. In the river where Meng Zhen grew up, there were not many people who could make him feel fear. In Meng Zhen's understanding, Ning Fan was an immortal venerable whose cultivation base had been sealed. Due to the rules of the world, Ning Fan would never take the initiative to destroy the ring. However, if he were to push this person too far, it would be hard to say what he would do. If it was an ordinary immortal venerable, Meng Zhen would definitely not be afraid. If he dares to resist, he would just kill him. However, Ning Fan's golden light really made him unable to remain calm. Even with the restriction of his cultivation base, this person could still face hundreds of battles soul masters and hundreds of flame souls of broken thoughts unscathed. If this person destroys the ring and recovers to his peak state, perhaps even the 100-Li stone dragon would not be able to suppress him. According to the mission, he must search Chu Lai Duo Lan's memories and find that secret. After that, he would kill Duo Lan to silence him. However, it was obvious that Ning Fan wanted to protect Chu Lai Duo Lan. If that was the case, things would become difficult. In order to complete the mission, he must first find a way to take down Ning Fan. Do you want to live or die? Meng Zhen chanted an incantation in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed and he asked. Naturally, there was only Ning Fan who could make him, an immortal venerable, address him respectfully. So what if I want to die? So what if I want to live? Ning Fan asked with an expressionless face, but in his heart, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise and glanced at the soil beneath his feet. If you want to live, then hand over Chu Lai Duo Lan and obediently submit to the 3 flames. Become my stone flame slave. After I place a restriction on you, I can open the mouth of the stone dragon and let you live. I can even return this flying sword pine to you. If you want to die, this Meng can fulfill your wish right now. Even if you have that strange golden light protecting you, I'm quite confident in being able to kill you. Do you believe me or not? Meng Zhen was extremely conceited. He paused for a moment before he continued. Perhaps you think you can destroy the Xing Ring and escape with your original cultivation. But you must know that if you really destroy the Xing Ring, even if you have a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping from me, you won't be able to escape the pursuit of the great humble celestial emperor. Those old things won't ask you why you destroyed the punishment ring, and they won't show any respect or understanding to an external cultivator like you. They will only chase you endlessly for this matter. With your strength, how can you survive the pursuit of the immortal emperors? Besides, I'm not afraid to tell you that you don't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping. Do you know that I've refined this 100-Li stone dragon's stomach with countless precious treasures? It can even trap an immortal king. Do you know where this 100-Li stone dragon is heading right now? It's not going to return to the stone flame directly. Instead, it's going to the Seal of 2 Realms first to return the broken thought fire soul that I borrowed. Tell me, isn't the Seal of 2 Realms scary? If you go there, no matter how strong you are, it'll be as easy as flipping my palm to kill you. As long as the stone dragon spits you into the Seal of 2 Realms, you might be able to survive. Meng Zhen smiled coldly. He wanted to see the fear in Ning Fan's eyes. Unfortunately, Ning Fan's expression was calm. It was because he did not know anything about the so-called Seal of 2 Realms. Naturally, he was not afraid. On the other hand, the expressions of the cultivators of the southern border changed drastically after hearing about the Seal of 2 Realms. It seems like you don't know what the Seal of 2 Realms is. Fine. I don't mind explaining it to you. Meng Zhen wanted to say something but he suddenly noticed the mocking smile on Ning Fan's lips. His expression immediately turned gloomy. I didn't expect you to actually find out. You've made me waste my effort. Aren't you going to continue introducing the Seal of 2 Realms? Ning Fan looked at Meng Zhen mockingly. Suddenly, his primordial spirit drilled out from the ground. At the same time, it brought along 18 skeletal puppets that were burning with flames. All of them had been killed by Ning Fan's primordial spirit. There were 9 big ones and 9 small ones. The big one was an adult female skeleton while the small ones were the skeletons of young boys and girls. The mother-child puppet of 1 heart. A few cultivators of the southern border recognized the origin of the puppets. They exclaimed in surprise and looked at Meng Zhen with lingering fear. The mother-child puppet of 1 heart was an extremely sinister thing. If one was really sneak attacked by it, even an immortal revered throughout the ages would lose a layer of skin. Most of the people were still confused. They had no idea when Ning Fan's primordial spirit left his body and drilled into the ground. They also did not understand the hidden meaning in the conversation between Meng Zhen and Ning Fan. They also did not know why there were 18 skeletal puppets underground. Meng Zhen, however, did not intend to talk nonsense with Ning Fan anymore. He was not a person who liked to talk nonsense. The reason why he chatted with Ning Fan just now was to stall for time and divert Ning Fan's attention. Then, he would seize the opportunity to order the mother-child puppet to sneak under Ning Fan and launch a sneak attack. This place was located inside the belly of the stone dragon. Outsiders could not spread out their spirit sense. This gave Meng Zhen a chance to launch a sneak attack. Ning Fan's protective golden light was too strong. It made Meng Zhen fearful and decided to use some unorthodox methods. Unexpectedly, Ning Fan had seen through everything. His plan failed and he even lost the 18 puppets in vain. Humph! Since my plan failed, I will take your life with my own hands. Meng Zhen did not plan to let Ning Fan live from the beginning. Now that his plan was exposed, his killing intent was immediately triggered. He kept the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pine in his hand and dashed towards Ning Fan in a flash. The group of soul warriors behind him cast their techniques at the same time, giving the white-haired brawny man a buff. Meng Zhen was a body cultivator. Under the support of the many soul warriors, his strength increased by 30%. Ning Fan did not dare to be careless in front of this person. He pointed at Lu Qingzhen again to protect Duo Lan and the others. After that, he activated his protective golden light and rushed towards Meng Zhen. The two of them directly collided with each other using pure physical strength. Ning Fan was directly sent flying backwards. In terms of physical strength, there was a huge gap between him and the white-haired brawny man. Fortunately, he had the God-exterminating shield to protect him. Thus, he was not injured. However, the Tenjiang golden light was dented by the white-haired brawny man. Ning Fan's expression became even more solemn. Meng Zhen's eyes became even more gloomy. One should know that not many of those senior First Tribulation immortal venerables could withstand his attack head-on. However, it was not enough to completely break Ning Fan's Tenjiang golden light. From the looks of it, the scariness of the golden light's defense was far beyond his expectation. Your 30 million flying swords are already in my hands. So what if you have a heaven-defying defense? 9 breaths of Qi submission technique, 1 breath of fire submission technique. Meng Zhen muttered incantations. All of a sudden, he flipped his hand and took out a fiery red crystal core. He rubbed his palm and it turned into powder. Then, he scattered it into the sky and it turned into a boundless sea of fire. That crystal core looked exactly the same as the fire crystal Ning Fan obtained from killing the fire soul. The only difference was the fire power it contained. Meng Zhen suddenly inhaled at the sea of fire. Instantly, he absorbed nearly 1/3 of the sea of fire. Then, he inhaled another third of the sea of fire. After that, he seemed to have reached his limit and could no longer absorb any more, causing the sea of fire to disperse. Meng Zhen's physical body expanded by a size each time he absorbed the flames. His body became thicker and filled with explosive power. Meng Zhen dashed out and clashed with Ning Fan again. Ning Fan could clearly feel that after Meng Zhen used the 9 breaths of Qi submission technique, the strength of his physical body had greatly increased. He could already break through the golden light that was nearly 1 zhang. Unfortunately, my comprehension is limited. I can only achieve 2 breaths of Qi submission technique. If I can achieve more than 6 breaths, I think it would be enough to break through this young man's golden light. After exchanging hundreds of blows with Ning Fan, Meng Zhen still could not do anything to him. His eyes became even more gloomy. He flipped his hand and took out the other 2 fire crystals. He then rubbed them into powder to use his ability. Meng Zhen did not seem to make any changes to his hand seals. Suddenly, flames burst out from his hand. Then, a 1-meter-long flaming blade appeared in the flames. There were dark golden runes flowing on the blade. The flaming blade was an item of the Buddha sect. However, the blade that Meng Zhen summoned did not have any Buddha nature at all. Instead, it gave people a feeling that it was filled with monstrous devil chi. This blade was not a magic treasure. Instead, it was the manifestation of a divine ability. Extremely pure Tao of fire coiled around it. Without seeing how the white-haired muscular man made his move, the flaming blade suddenly disappeared as if it was just controlled by his spirit sense. Its speed was so fast that it could not be seen at all. Then, a strong penetrating force came from Ning Fan's left shoulder. The flaming blade had already reached his left shoulder, but it was blocked by the golden light that was protecting him. Even though he managed to block the flaming blade, Ning Fan's golden light was still pierced through Tu Zhang. It was so sharp. How can this person's defense be so strong? Meng Zhen's confidence was greatly damaged. The flaming blade was his trump card. After using this technique, his already pale skin became even paler. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of his energy. This technique was the 11th technique of the 12 stones of flame ancestor fire technique. With his cultivation base that had yet to stabilize, he could not use it too many times. Using it once was already his limit. In the past, when he used it, even a first tribulation immortal venerable would be severely injured. However, he could not even break Ning Fan's golden light. This was Ning Fan who had his cultivation base restricted. If he was at his peak, he would not be able to fight back at all in front of Ning Fan. After hundreds of rounds of fighting, the more techniques Ning Fan used, the more frustrated Meng Zhen was. The seventh Devil Son's arrogance was getting more and more damaged. He could not help but admit that Ning Fan's tortoise shell was too hard. His magic power was also endless. In this way, it was not possible for him to exhaust his magic power. On the contrary, Meng Zhen's magic power was greatly depleted. If the battle continues, he would probably suffer a great loss due to the depletion of his magic power. Are you determined to protect Chu Lai and Duolan and become enemies with me, Shi Yan? Meng Zhen said in a gloomy tone. Ning Fan did not bother to respond to Meng Zhen at all. This made Meng Zhen ask for a snub and he no longer talked to Ning Fan. All of a sudden, the ground inside the stone dragon's abdomen shook violently. It was as if the stone dragon that was moving rapidly had hit something and came to a sudden halt. Meng Zhen suddenly sneered when he sensed the tremor. After exchanging another blow with Ning Fan, he suddenly disappeared in front of Ning Fan and the others along with the group of soul warriors and the flame soul of broken thought. They had actually left the stone dragon's body and arrived at the outside world. The seal of 2 realms has arrived. I can't break your golden light, but I don't believe that the saint power of the seal of 2 realms can't kill you. Meng Zhen brought a group of his subordinates and appeared in the dark underground world. There was actually a large area of soilless space underground. Even the gigantic stone dragon that was 100 li could move freely in this soilless space. On the ground not far away from them, there was an abyss that was burning with flames. The abyss was bottomless and no one knew where it led to. Besides, there was a powerful force that could stop anyone from probing the vicinity of the abyss and kill anyone who enters it. Oh! Devil Son Meng Zhen has returned. I wonder if he can capture that Chu Lai Duolan. For rays of dark green flames suddenly shot out from the abyss and landed outside the abyss. They turned into 4 people. There was an elderly man and a burly man. However, all of them were illusions and not real bodies. Even though they did not descend with their real bodies, one could still tell from their chi that their true bodies were at least at the immortal emperor realm. They were actually the illusions of 4 immortal emperors who were guarding this place. Besides, judging from their appearance and chi, the true bodies of these 4 people clearly belonged to the Fire Spirit clan. They were the experts of the Fire Spirit clan. Fortunately, I didn't fail you. However, I haven't gotten the chance to pry out the secret that Chu Lai Duolan told me. Now, there's still a problem inside this 100 li stone dragon that's preventing me from completing my task. Speaking of Ning Fan, Meng Zhen also felt a headache. Problem. Little friend Meng, you should know that we, the Fire Spirit Clan, can't cross the seal of 2 realms and descend to the outside world without the summoning of the Fire Talisman. Even if you bring this problem here, don't expect us to help you kill the intruders. As soon as they heard that Meng Zhen had not completed his task, the 4 illusions of the immortal emperors were instantly displeased. Chapter 10-12. I'm naturally aware of this. There's no need for imperial monarchs to worry about killing this person. I'll naturally think of a way to deal with this trouble. Meng Zhen glanced at the flaming abyss with deep meaning in his eyes. The 4 immortal emperors immediately understood and smiled at each other. The fiery abyss was set up by the herb-gatherer saint before he died, and there was a seal within it that suppressed the fire spirit race forever. It was called the Seal of 2 Worlds. The 2 Realms seal was a fire elemental seal. It was divided into 2 layers, the inner and the outer layer. The inner layer contained extremely complicated variations of the Tao of fire. Even immortal emperors from the Abdicate tribe who cultivated fire for their entire lives couldn't see through the variations of the Tao of fire. In reality, it wasn't that the celestial emperors of the Sagely Mountain were unaware of the existence of the dual realm seal. It was precisely because of how dangerous it was that they kept it a secret. Debay had a total of 108 grasslands. Under each grassland was a seal of 2 realms. However, those who had the right to know the location of the sealed realms were at least the 10,000 ancient celestial sovereigns. Cultivators from small tribes in the southern border grasslands definitely did not have the right to know. To any despicable person, the seal of 2 realms was an absolutely dangerous place. In ancient times, there was a celestial emperor of the sacred mountain who wanted to pass through the seal of the 2 worlds to find out where the fire soul race was. In the end, he couldn't even pass through the outer seal, let alone the inner seal. The celestial emperor was even more careless and was trapped in the outer seal. It took him 10 years to escape. However, when he broke free, his body was destroyed, his magic treasures were destroyed, and his primordial spirit even suffered irreparable burns. After holding on for another few hundred years, his primordial spirit's injuries worsened to the limit, and he was unable to hold on any longer. He died with hatred in his heart, and the way he died was extremely tragic. His primordial spirit was burnt to ashes. This matter shocked the entire sacred mountain. In the end, everything regarding the 2 realms seal became a top secret of the sacred mountain. Only the ancient cultivators were qualified to know a bit about it. Low-level cultivators were never allowed to spread the information, as they were afraid that some reckless juniors would go to the 2 realms seal and die. As a result, low-level cultivators only knew that the Fire Spirit Clan was sealed under the Dabii grassland, but few could find the locations of the Fire Spirit Clan seals. If it wasn't for Meng Zhen who kidnapped Ning Fan and his group and brought them to this place, it would be extremely difficult for Ning Fan to find this place by himself. The outer seal was already extremely dangerous, but the inner seal was even more dangerous than the outer seal. It was said that within the inner seal, there was a remnant of a saint's evil will. Anyone who crossed the boundary would be killed without mercy. The fire soul race was trapped underground. If they wanted to rush out, they had to break through the inner seal and then break through the outer seal. However, the sad thing was that in the long history of the Fire Spirit Clan, there had never been a fire spirit expert who could break through the inner seal with his own strength. Forcefully entering the inner seal would only result in death. Even the Fire Soul Immortal Emperor was no exception. Once they entered the inner seal, they wouldn't be able to escape in time and would die a horrible death. For example, these 4 Fire Soul Celestial Emperors only dared to turn into an illusion and land near the 2 World Seal. That was already their limit. It was impossible for him to charge out of the seal of the 2 realms with his true body. The fire spirit race had sealed their hatred for the 2 worlds, but more than that, they were in awe. It was as if they were worshipping gods, and they kept a respectful distance. According to the knowledge of the fire spirit race, the inner seal was a dangerous place. Whoever entered would die. The outer seal was barely a dangerous place. If an immortal emperor entered, they might have a chance to escape. However, if an immortal venerable or immortal king entered, they would definitely die. It seems like little friend Meng Zhen is planning to use the 100-mile stone dragon's earth-space technique to throw that troublesome person into the two realms seal and burn him to death. However, this time, little friend borrowed 175 thought fragment fire souls. Why did you only bring back these? One of the Fire Soul Emperor's shadow changed the topic and asked with a frown. To the fire spirit race, although there were many thought fragment fire souls, there were not so many that they could ignore the casualties. This Fire Soul Emperor took a quick glance and found that there were only a little more than 100 thought fragment fire souls. Those that couldn't return must have been killed. Instantly, he was dissatisfied. This was not a small matter. If it was said that the southern border cultivators killed the thought fragment fire souls, this Fire Soul Immortal Emperor would never believe it. The southern border was only a small place. The strength of the cultivators here was limited. It was possible to kill a few thought fragment fire souls together, but it was impossible to kill 70 of them. There must be other people involved in this matter. This number of casualties had exceeded the expectations of the Fire Soul Great Emperors. As he spoke, the Fire Soul Great Emperor took out talismans one after another. These talismans were similar to the fire summoning talisman, but they were also very different. After chanting, the flame souls of broken thoughts that Meng Zhen brought back turned into flickering flames one after another, disappearing from where they were. They had been summoned back to the Fire Soul race. Such a heavy loss, naturally, someone interfered with our plan. That person is the troublesome person that I mentioned. This person is a 10,000 ancient immortal venerable. However, because he is an external cultivator, he was sealed by the holy mountain Xinghuan. Therefore, he can't even use half of his strength. Speaking up to this point, Meng Zhen clearly saw the disdain in the eyes of the Fire Soul Great Emperors and immediately felt ashamed. The dignified Stone Flame Devil Son couldn't even kill an immortal venerable external cultivator with half of his strength. This was a blow to the arrogant Stone Flame Devil Son. If it wasn't for the strength of the 100-mile stone dragon, the plan to capture Duo Lan would have ended in failure. Fortunately, they managed to capture Duo Lan in the end. External cultivator, huh? A mere external cultivator dares to kill more than 70 of my compatriots. I really want to kill this person with my own hands. It's a pity that my true body can't escape. A Fire Soul Great Emperor who hated outsiders said regretfully. Although this trip's losses are not light, it's fortunate that we brought back Holy Maiden Chu Lai. If her memory really has the stone seat coordinates sealed, our Fire Soul race will be closer to breaking out of the seal. Compared to this matter, these losses are insignificant. Another Fire Soul Great Emperor said. When the stone seat coordinates was mentioned, the few Fire Soul Great Emperors became spirited. However, Meng Zhen wanted to say something but hesitated. He, Great Emperors, don't be anxious. With the seal of two realms, killing that trouble will only take a moment. There's no need to be anxious. The key is that once that trouble dies, we have to discuss how to deal with Chu Lai Duolan. According to the previous agreement, the Triflame's Great Emperor and your Fire Soul Great Emperor will each take half of the stone seat coordinates in Chu Lai Duolan's memory. However, I recently received a piece of information from a certain Saint Mountain Great Emperor. It's rather reliable. He said that the stone seat coordinates in Chu Lai Duolan's memory isn't 4, but 7. If that's the case, it seems that we can't divide it equally. As soon as Meng Zhen's words fell, the 4 Fire Soul Great Emperors who were very shrewd couldn't help but be delighted. It's actually not 4, but 7. If that's the case, our Fire Soul race will be even closer to breaking out of the seal. However, if it's 7 coordinates, we have to change our previous agreement. 7 coordinates really can't be divided equally. Why don't our race take 4 and you Triflames take 3? Then, our race will compensate you with some fire crystals. How about that? In my opinion, it's better for our race to take 5 and you Triflames to take 2. Ha! Anyway, according to the agreement, you Triflames can only take 2 coordinates. Meng Zhen knew that the Fire Soul Great Emperors would demand an exorbitant price. He said unpleasantly, although the Fire Soul race's fire crystals are good, I Triflames prefer to take more coordinates. It's impossible for us to take 2 out of 5, but we Triflames can take 4. How dare you? A mere celestial supremacy dares to bargain with us. We're just being polite and calling you Demon Son. Do you really think you're on the same level as us? It's fine if there's no dispute, but since there is a dispute, you're not qualified to deal with it. Let us talk to you, Triflame Celestial Emperor. Even if you, Triflame Celestial Emperor, are here, you won't be able to get more coordinates than our Fire Soul race. At least we'll take 4 and you take 3. The Fire Soul Great Emperors said arrogantly. Facing the auras of the 4 emperors, Meng Zhen showed no sign of fear. It would be fine if he was facing the true bodies of the 4 immortal emperors. However, they were just the illusory bodies of 4 immortal emperors without any cultivation base. Meng Zhen had nothing to be afraid of. After letting out a cold smile, he suddenly spat out a ray of golden light and reached out to grab it. It was a golden token. The appearance of the token was very strange. It looked like a palm with 5 fingers spread out. One could even see the ever-changing palm lines on the token. Golden Flame Ancestral Token. How did you get this token? As soon as they saw the token, the 4 emperors sucked in a cold breath. Their faces were filled with shock. The arrogant attitude they had before was completely gone. When they looked at Meng Zhen again, their eyes were filled with fear. With this token, do I have the right to discuss this matter? Meng Zhen said proudly. I didn't expect little friend Meng to be one of the descendants of the Flame Ancestor. If that's the case, we'll do as you say. The Fire Soul Great Emperors looked at each other and sighed. They no longer had any objections to the matter regarding the coordinates. Meng Zhen became even more complacent. He glanced at the gigantic stone dragon behind him with eyes filled with killing intent. It's time to kill Ning Fan. After killing Ning Fan, I still have to search Duolan's memories. According to our agreement, I will read the coordinates of the empty space using the ancient 3 flames technique. As for the coordinates of the time and position, I will hand them over to your Fire Soul race to read them using your Fire Soul ancient technique. Now, the number of coordinates has increased to 7. I wonder if the materials you have prepared are enough to perform the technique. If not, it will be a little troublesome. Meng Zhen asked. Little friend Meng, don't worry. My race has already started preparing for this a few months ago. We have prepared a few extra sets of materials to perform the technique. It is completely enough. Let's just kill that troublesome fellow as soon as possible and search Duolan's memories. Alright. Great Emperors, please step aside. I'm going to perform the Earth Void technique. Meng Zhen confidently transmitted his voice to the stone dragon and gave an order. Then, he formed a hand seal with both of his hands and performed a divine ability. The strange thing was that the stone dragon did not respond to Meng Zhen's order at all. It did not send Ning Fan into the 2 worlds sealing fire abyss. Why isn't this stone dragon listening to my order? Could it be that the time I tamed it is too short and it still wants to resist me? Meng Zhen thought it was strange and transmitted his voice to the stone dragon again. However, he still did not get any response from it. After a few times, Meng Zhen's expression suddenly turned extremely gloomy. How could he not know that something had happened to the stone dragon? You're really capable. Your cultivation base is obviously sealed, but you can still break free from the stone dragon's body. I have really underestimated you. As soon as Meng Zhen finished speaking, a figure suddenly appeared on the gigantic head of the stone dragon. It was none other than Ning Fan. This person is the troublesome fellow that you mentioned. The stomach of the stone dragon can trap an immortal king. This young man is just an immortal venerable, and he was even sealed by the punishment ring. However, he could actually break free from it. It seems like this young man must have some tricks that we don't know about. We can't underestimate him. The few Fire Soul Great Emperors were secretly shocked. However, something even more shocking had yet to happen. Ning Fan suddenly opened his mouth and gave an order. Use your Earth Void technique to swallow these people and throw them into the Two Worlds Seal to burn them to death. He was actually giving an order to the stone dragon. What was strange was that the stone dragon that did not listen to Meng Zhen's order before was now obeying Ning Fan's order. Roar! The stone dragon let out a strange roar that sounded like both an ox and an elephant. At the moment when the roar resounded, Meng Zhen, the soul warriors behind him and the 4 Fire Soul Great Emperors did not even have the time to dodge. Their vision darkened and they felt dizzy. They were actually swallowed into the mouth of the stone dragon. This time, after the stone dragon swallowed them, it did not imprison them into its stomach. Instead, it spat Meng Zhen and the others into the blazing flames of the Two World Seal. The 4 Fire Soul Immortal Emperors were just phantoms without any cultivation base. It was only natural for them to be swallowed. Almost at the same time they fell into the abyss of fire, they screamed and died. Of course, their true bodies would not suffer any damage. Even though the medicine souls of those soul warriors were strong, their physical bodies were really weak. As soon as they entered the area of the Two World Seal, they were burned into ashes one after another. Their screams could be heard everywhere. As for Meng Zhen, he was already scared out of his wits. He could not understand why the stone dragon would betray them and why it would listen to Ning Fan's order. What frightened him even more was that he had already been sucked into the outer area of the Seal of the Two Worlds by the stone dragon's earth-devouring technique in just the blink of an eye. Now, he was falling towards the depths of the Seal of the Two Worlds. He could neither fly nor rise into the sky. He could only fall. With his current abilities, he could not resist the restrictive power of the Seal of the Two Worlds. This was a seal that was laid down by a sage. In the dark green sea of fire, the temperature was so high that it almost burned Meng Zhen's body into charcoal in an instant. Even with the strength of his physical body, he could not resist the destructive power of the flames here. Why? Why? I should have been the one who threw Ning Fan into the Seal of the Two Worlds. Why did the situation turn around? Meng Zhen used his defensive abilities one after another. All he could do was try his best not to be burned to death by the blazing flames of the outer area of the seal. However, his body was still falling irrevocably. Originally, he had many magic treasures that he could use. However, to his despair, he realized that all of them had disappeared. Without a doubt, they must have been taken away by the stone dragon that was good at seizing treasures the moment he was swallowed. Damn it! Even the golden palm token of the flame ancestor has been taken away. I'm really finished this time. If I have the token, I might still have a chance to survive. Now, however, only death awaits me. After falling for an unknown period of time, just when Meng Zhen was about to lose consciousness due to the suffocating smoke, the sound of waves beating on the shore finally resounded from the deepest part of the Seal of the Two Worlds. That was the area of the inner seal. In the middle of the Sea of Fire, there was a small hill that protruded from the surface of the sea. On top of the hill sat an old man whose eyes were filled with ferocity. He did not have any rationality or emotions. All he had was a pair of blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. That was the spirit of the seal that was formed by the sage's ominous intent in the inner seal. It was a small hill that was made up of skulls. If one takes a closer look, they would realize that there were many skulls of immortal emperors among the tens of thousands of skulls. Those who cross the boundary, kill. Bang! Suddenly, a loud explosion resounded. Meng Zhen, who was insufferably arrogant, directly exploded into a mist of blood and died. He did not even have the time to see the appearance of the old man with the ominous intent. It was the ominous intent old man who killed Meng Zhen. His body seemed to have moved a little, but at the same time, it also seemed like he had not moved at all. He was still sitting on the small hill of skulls. At this moment, Meng Zhen, who had the cultivation base of an immortal venerable, died in his hands. He had no cultivation base, no rationality, no emotions, and he did not know how to think. He was just an ominous intent that had been left behind since ancient times. Just because he was left behind by a sage, even an immortal emperor would not be a match for him. So what if you're the stone flame devil son? You're just an ant. So this is the ominous intent of a sage. A single thought that has been passed down since ancient times can kill an immortal venerable. Ning Fan forcibly used the rain technique. When he saw the scene where the old man killed Meng Zhen in the Seal of the Two Worlds, he was inwardly shocked. It was just the ominous intent of a sage. However, the feeling that it gave Ning Fan was no less powerful than Xiang Bozi. Under the 108 grasslands of Debay, there was a Seal of the Two Worlds. Could it be that each of the Seal of the Two Worlds was guarded by an ominous intent with terrifying strength? Those who enter the immortal intent realm, kill. As soon as the ominous intent old man's cold voice came out, raindrops that were hidden deep inside and outside the Seal of the Two Worlds were forcefully forced out. Then, they exploded one after another, bringing with them a mist of blood. Ning Fan felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness. The trace of spirit sense that followed Meng Zhen into the Seal of the Two Worlds had been destroyed. Fortunately, only a small amount of spirit sense had entered the Seal of the Two Worlds. Thus, the damage was close to zero. As if it had sensed Meng Zhen's death, the stone dragon let out a sorrowful cry. However, it still could not disobey Ning Fan's order. Ning Fan descended from the gigantic head of the stone dragon and landed near the entrance of the Seal of the Two Worlds. He looked at the bottomless abyss of fire with a solemn expression. The ancient immortal venerables would die if they entered the Seal of the Two Worlds. It was indeed not a lie. That Meng Zhen was not weak. However, he did not last long in the Seal of the Two Worlds, that ominous intent old man with terrifying strength and the seal that the fire spirit race could not cross for generations. Fortunately, he had subdued the stone dragon at the critical moment. Otherwise, the one who would be spat into the Seal of the Two Worlds and be burned to death would not be Meng Zhen but him. I didn't expect that such an incident would happen in the minor competition of the southern border. Moreover, I actually learned so many secrets of the great desolate continent by chance. Ning Fan's eyes turned dark. After Meng Zhen and the others escaped from the belly of the stone dragon, Ning Fan began to move around inside. First, he tried to break the wall of the stone dragon's belly to escape. However, he realized that the interior of the stone dragon's belly was impregnable. It was an excellent cage that was refined by Jin Guang with countless precious treasures. It was strong enough to defend against an immortal king realm attack. With his sealed cultivation base, he naturally could not break it. In that case, Ning Fan had to think of another way to escape. Even though his cultivation base was not strong enough, he still had many tricks up his sleeves. He managed to travel through the stone dragon's belly. Eventually, he arrived at the head of the stone dragon. After layers of solid defense, he arrived at the stone dragon's sea of consciousness. The stone dragon's belly had been specially refined. The place where its sea of consciousness was located was incomparably sturdy. Even a peak immortal king realm expert might not be able to damage its sea of consciousness. If it did not have such tricks, the stone dragon would not dare to casually swallow people. Unfortunately, the person it swallowed was Ning Fan. If there were no accidents, Ning Fan did not plan to use his trump card. However, the current situation was special. He did not know where Meng Zhen had gone, but he vaguely felt a sense of danger. Obviously, Meng Zhen was not lying when he said that he could kill him. If he does not get out of the stone dragon's belly as soon as possible, he would certainly be in great danger. Therefore, Ning Fan did not hold back at all. He directly took out his origin chi. This was the biggest trump card he could rely on now. Due to his cultivation base being restricted, he could not use the bottle of water drowning world. Since he was in the Supreme Pill's sacred region, he could not use Shadi's jade slip. If the origin chi were to explode, it would be enough to severely injure an immortal emperor. Thus, it was naturally not a problem for it to blow up the stone dragon's body. Now that he had reached a point where he had no choice but to use the origin chi, Ning Fan did not choose to blow up the stone dragon's belly to escape. If that was the case, he would not gain anything by using his trump card. Moreover, his 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines were still in Meng Zhen's hands. Even if he managed to blow up the stone dragon and escape, he did not have the confidence to kill Meng Zhen and take back the 4 Emperor's Arhat Pines under the restriction of his cultivation base. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to suffer losses. Thus, he maximized the effectiveness of the origin chi and chose to blow up the stone dragon's sea of consciousness instead of killing it. The biggest mistake of the stone dragon was that it should not have swallowed Ning Fan into its body. After all, it gave Ning Fan the chance to face the stone dragon's sea of consciousness directly. What was the sea of consciousness? It was where the spirit sense of a cultivator resided. If the sea of consciousness is destroyed, the cultivator would die. The same goes for beasts. If he was outside the stone dragon's body, Ning Fan would not be able to do what he did. However, now that he was inside the stone dragon's body and was facing the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, he directly did a crazy thing. He invaded the stone dragon's gigantic sea of consciousness and directly used an illusion technique on it. Ning Fan's illusion technique was very powerful. However, he rarely used it because he had too many trump cards. Now that he was facing the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, the terrifying power of his illusion technique was revealed. The stone dragon was directly controlled by Ning Fan using his illusion technique. Ning Fan even erased the various restrictions inside the stone dragon's sea of consciousness, reducing Meng Zhen's control over the stone dragon to 0. After that, he added the restrictions on himself. He actually disregarded the stone dragon's will and forcefully subdued it. The stone dragon was unwilling to betray its master. However, it was under Ning Fan's illusion technique. Its actions were not under its control at all. When it regained its senses, Meng Zhen was already killed by its own hands. How could the stone dragon not feel sad? It hated Ning Fan's ruthlessness to the core. He actually used an illusion technique to confuse it and kill its master. However, Ning Fan could not be blamed for this. It was Meng Zhen who attacked first. If Ning Fan did not counterattack, the one who died would not be Meng Zhen but him. The stone dragon's roar was filled with sorrow and determination. Moreover, it was filled with monstrous hatred. It could not wait to kill Ning Fan to avenge its master. It also wished that it could bang its head against the wall and commit suicide to apologize to its master. It desperately tried to resist the restrictions that Ning Fan planted in its sea of consciousness. However, it realized that it could not resist at all. Forcefully resisting would only result in death. It was not afraid of death. However, what made it even sadder was that it could not even die. It was under Ning Fan's illusion technique. If Ning Fan did not take the initiative to break it, it would not be able to break free from it. That illusion technique had deprived it of control over its body. It could not take revenge. It could not even die. After all, it was an illusion technique that Ning Fan directly planted in its sea of consciousness. Moo. Moo. Moo, be quiet. Ning Fan ordered with a cold voice. The stone dragon could not roar anymore. Its sea of consciousness became chaotic again and it submitted to Ning Fan blankly. Ning Fan sighed. This stone dragon was really loyal. Unfortunately, he could not make use of it. With a flip of his hand, a pine sapling, a golden palm token and a storage pouch appeared in his hand. The pine sapling was the Luohan pine of the four emperors. The golden palm token seemed to be called the Flame Ancestor Golden Palm Token according to the conversation that Ning Fan had overheard when he escaped from the Sea of Consciousness. Moreover, it seemed to have a powerful background as it could make the four immortal emperors of the fire spirit race fearful and force them to compromise. After taking a closer look, Ning Fan suddenly exclaimed softly. Then, he smiled faintly. The ability of this token still needs to be verified. However, if I am not mistaken, perhaps it is not a loss for me to use up my primordial qi. As for the storage pouch, it was the storage pouch of Devil's Son Mengzhen. There were not too many good items in it. Ning Fan just nodded his head slightly. There was nothing that caught his fancy. Ning Fan kept his spoils of war and turned his head to look at the stone dragon. Then, he suddenly said. Whether you are willing or not, no matter how unwilling you are, from today onwards, you will become my slave. This is the cruelty of cultivation. From the moment you attack me, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. As soon as he finished speaking, Ning Fan did not care whether the stone dragon could hear his words or not. He directly flew back into the stone dragon's abdomen with a sway of his body. After giving another order, the stone dragon used its earth escape technique in a daze and moved underground. Gradually, it left the seal of two realms. Even though Ning Fan had mentioned such an unforeseen event, he was still concerned about the result of the minor competition in the southern border. Now, he naturally wanted to return to the surface to check on the situation. After all, he had killed so many flame souls of broken sense. Just by looking at the points on his Dominion plate, it had already reached a terrifying 77,000 points. If there are no accidents, he should be able to get the first place in the minor competition in the southern border. After getting the first place in the southern border, it would be the second round of the mausoleum seizing competition, the competition in the middle state. When he heads to the middle state, he would first need to find Ouyang Muan and Zhang Yu. Of course, before that, Ning Fan still needed to break through to the mid-shedding void realm first. He was still suppressing the sudden heart tribulation of the mid-shedding void realm. Inside the stone dragon's abdomen, Ning Fan had returned. The surviving cultivators of the southern border began to cheer excitedly. They actually escaped from death and managed to keep their lives from the hands of the Stoneflame Devil's Son and the Hundredly Stone Dragon. This was really unbelievable. No one was willing to die. The reason why these cultivators of the southern border would rather die than surrender to Devil's Son Mengzhen was because of their moral integrity. If they could survive, of course, it would be even better. It's all thanks to Lord Ning's help that we managed to escape from the hands of Devil's Son Mengzhen. From now on, this lowly one's life belongs to Lord Ning. Even though you are an external cultivator, you are the benefactor of our Water Wolf tribe. Please accept our respect. From now on, if benefactor needs any help, we will die 10,000 times without hesitation. These stubborn and low-intelligence cultivators of the southern border said that they would die 10,000 times for Ning Fan and they would really do it. They did not know how to lie or be courteous. Those who knew how to lie had already been killed by Mengzhen disdainfully when they first defected to the enemy. Towards their gratitude, Ning Fan just casually responded and did not take it to heart. After all, he did not intend to save most of them. The reason why they were still alive could only be said to be because they were lucky. At first, he only wanted to save the cultivators of the Pagoda Wood tribe and the Evil Goat tribe. Master, you're too amazing. You actually killed the Devil's Son of Stone Flame. You actually subdued a Hundredly Stone Dragon. You actually. Xian Yu Chun, the dumbass, was talking about Ning Fan's achievements in detail. Ning Fan was not a person who liked to listen to flattery. However, when there was really a dumbass who kept praising him and all of his words were sincere, he could not help but reveal a smile despite his usual coldness. A helpless smile. This dumbass admiration towards him seemed to have deepened. However, he really did not plan to take him as a disciple. Of course, compared to Xian Yuchun, Ning Fan was more concerned about Duo Lan. It was not because he was concerned about him. Instead, it was because of some words that he had eavesdropped on him. What were the coordinates of the stone seat? Something that could make the Three Flames and the Fire Spirit clan pay so much attention to it and make the immortal emperor of the sacred mountain collude with the enemy and send the information to Shi Yan to plot against Duo Lan must not be something simple. According to what Meng Zhen and the others said, there were 7 coordinates of the stone seat sealed in Duo Lan's memory. However, Ning Fan had clearly searched through Duo Lan's memory before, but why did he not find any coordinates? He remembered that Meng Zhen seemed to have mentioned different ways to obtain the space coordinates and the time coordinates. Perhaps the so-called coordinates could only be seen from Duo Lan's memory using special methods. Regarding this incident, you should have something to tell me, right? Since there are too many people here, I won't ask too many questions. When we return to the southern border, I hope to hear your honest answer. Ning Fan transmitted his voice to Duo Lan meaningfully. Duo Lan bit her lips with some hesitation. In the end, she nodded silently. This scene was seen by some of the cultivators of the southern border. Naturally, they could not hear Ning Fan's voice transmission. They could only see Ning Fan and Duo Lan exchanging glances. Thus, these foolish cultivators of the southern border immediately thought that they were smart. There's no doubt that Lord Ning has an affair with the mausoleum guardian of the sacred mountain. Xian Yuchun, who originally did not have much interest in Duo Lan, began to call Duo Lan his mistress foolishly, making Ning Fan speechless. Urgent report from the middle state. Fire Soul insurrection has occurred in the southern border. The casualties are still unknown. The situation is urgent. On the celestial capital peak, only the celestial capital emperor was dealing with this matter. The other immortal emperors had already left. The insurrection of the Fire Soul insurrection was definitely not a trivial matter. However, it only happened in a small place like the southern border. It was enough to alarm one immortal emperor, and not all the other immortal emperors would come to deal with this matter. After all, it was just the insurrection of a group of broken sense Fire Soul insurrection. The celestial capital emperor was sitting on a Buddhist lotus, holding a string of prayer beads. Suddenly, his slightly narrowed eyes opened. He had already sent people to the southern border to investigate and provide aid. This time, the southern border would definitely suffer a great loss. However, to the weak southern border, it might not be a bad thing to have such a bloody baptism. Tribes had their own benefits. The risk of group cultivation was low and the environment was safe. However, there were also disadvantages. Most of them did not have enough understanding of the cruelty of cultivation and lacked the experience of bloody battles. Have you found out? What's the purpose behind the insurrection of the Fire Soul insurrection in the southern border? You should know that every time the Fire Soul insurrection occurs, the price that the Fire Soul race has to pay is definitely not small. There must be a conspiracy behind this matter. However, I don't know if the insurrection this time is purely an act of the Fire Soul race or if the Triflames are mixed in. The celestial capital emperor's voice was very cold. Although the matter in the southern border was urgent, it was just that. He would not personally go to the southern border for such a small matter. As for the insurrection in the southern border, we have not received any report yet. However, the results of the martial test in the grasslands have been released. After the results of the written test and the martial test, the ranking of the tribes in the grasslands has also been released. Does the emperor want to have a look? A celestial capital sect's disciple with the cultivation of immortal supremacy suddenly reported. Alright, we might as well wait and see the results of the first round of the mausoleum seizing. After this old man has a look, I will send a copy to the other 4 emperors. The celestial capital emperor nodded. To the immortal emperors, the insurrection in the southern border was just a small matter. Naturally, they would not spend all their attention on this matter. As for the 100 Flowers Great Emperor, will she also send a copy? The Celestial Supremacy's disciple asked carefully. A strange smile flashed across the Celestial Capital Emperor's eyes as he answered. As for whether she is willing to have a look at it or not, it's not something I can control. The Celestial Capital Emperor's eyes fell on the scroll in his hand. He browsed through the results of the tribes in the grasslands. With his intelligence, the results of most of the tribes were within his expectations. Thus, he was not too surprised. All of a sudden, the Celestial Capital Emperor exclaimed softly. His eyes fell on the column at the end of the scroll which was about the southern border. Oh! Didn't the insurrection happen in the southern border? Why can this Towerwood tribe still obtain so many results? Could it be that they are profiting from the chaos? The Towerwood tribe, 77,000 points. They were fully deserving of being the #1 tribe in the southern border. They were 60,000 points higher than the Wind Summoning tribe which was ranked second. The Emperor might not know this, but the Towerwood tribe's overall results are not that high. These 77,000 points were obtained by one person. It was none other than Ning Fan, the external cultivator invited by Towerwood. He killed 71 flame soul fragments with his own strength. That is why the Towerwood tribe obtained such a shocking result. I suppose he must have killed them in the chaos. With this person around, the anxiety of the southern border has been alleviated. Oh! He killed 71 flame soul fragments with his own strength. Even though this person is an ancient immortal venerate, he should have been sealed by the punishment ring. Could it be that he has destroyed the ring? The Celestial Capital Emperor's expression immediately turned cold. If this external cultivator really dares to destroy the ring, he must be killed regardless of whether he has contributed to the peace of the southern border or not. In reply to the Emperor, there is no news about the destruction of the punishment ring in the punishment temple. I suppose this person did not destroy the ring. If that is the case, forget it. This person is able to achieve such a great achievement when his cultivation base is limited. He is really a good seedling. Unfortunately, he is an external cultivator. The Celestial Capital Emperor's eyes flashed with a scheming light. No one knew what he was thinking about. His disciples did not dare to disturb him. Report. The whole story of this incident has been investigated. Please have a look, Emperor. Suddenly, an immortal King Realm disciple entered from the outside and handed a secret report to the Celestial Capital Emperor. The Celestial Capital Emperor looked at the first few lines of the report and immediately felt cold. As expected, it is San Yan's doing. Stone Flame Devil Sun Mengzhen. I didn't think that Stone Flame would actually send out the holder of the Golden Flame Ancestral Token. What a big move. Are they after Chu Lai Duolon? It seems like the information I received is not groundless. The Celestial Capital Emperor continued to read and his expression suddenly became serious. When he saw the last few lines, the Celestial Capital Emperor suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock and he could not control himself. The successor of the Golden Palm Token was actually killed. Could it be that an immortal emperor made a move? Otherwise, who could surpass the power of the Flame Ancestral Token and kill this person? Others might not know, but as the person with the highest authority in the Middle State, how could he not know Meng Zhen's other terrifying identity? Unfortunately, the people below were unable to investigate the details clearly. They could only obtain fragmented information from the survivors who returned to the southern border. Report. The latest news from the southern border has arrived. Please have a look, Emperor. The Celestial Capital Emperor lost his composure. He suddenly opened the scroll and his actions were rather urgent. The scroll contained the answer that he was eager to know at this moment. However, this answer was something that he could not believe no matter what. It made him suck in a breath of cold air. Emperor, the one who killed the Stone Flame Devil's son is Ning Fan, an external cultivator. How could this be possible? A mere immortal venerable external cultivator who had his cultivation base sealed actually managed to kill the Stone Flame Devil's son. That was not an ordinary devil son. He was the holder of the Golden Palm token. Even if the Celestial Capital Emperor were to take action, he did not have full confidence in killing Meng Zhen. How did Ning Fan do it? That you're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.